Hello, hello! So, I have previously made one of these Pokemon tier lists, but I wanted to go ahead and make another one. Last one was made in 2017, so it's been almost 10 years, not quite. But I felt inspired to make one for the 30th anniversary of Pokemon. So, or at least 30 years. So, here's the tier list for every single Pokemon ever. I don't think I'm going to include Gigantamax forms in this, so I might just skip those, but I'll go ahead and include Mega Evolutions. I'll definitely include regional forms, and I haven't played the Pokemon Legends ZA, the DLC specifically. So like Pokemon like Mega Raichu X and Y, I don't have as much familiarity with, so therefore they will be lower on my list. But I am familiar, I believe, with every single Pokemon. So I play the Sporkle games to name all the Pokemon. So we're just gonna go with this. I had previously, when I had made this before, I had a G tier, and so I was like, that sounds weird that it's like worse than F. When you get an F on a paper, it's usually the worst thing. So I'm just putting it as F minus instead. But yeah, S A B C D E F F minus. So we'll go ahead and start from the beginning here, and of course we've got some heavy hitters right from the get-go with Bulbasaur. So let's go ahead and make this a little bit smaller so maybe I can see people as we're going. There we go. Um, Bulbasaur is pretty up there. I like Bulbasaur quite a bit, so we're gonna move him into. Oh, there's a lot of Pokemon. Probably A tier. I like Bulbasaur. Ivysaur, he's in Smash, but is he worthy of an A or B tier? Definitely not S tier. I'm gonna go C tier for Ivysaur actually. Um, and then Venusaur is going to be in the same boat here in C tier. Mega Venusaur, I don't feel any type of way about Mega Venusaur. So we're moving on. What is that? Yeah, I think that's like the Gigantamax Venusaur, so I'm good. Charmander's pretty up there. Charmander is very, very good. We are going to put him in A tier. Charmeleon. I like Charmeleon, but not as much as Charmander. We'll put him in B tier, but I like Charmeleon more than the others. Of course, I might be editing this as we go along to be like, hold on, I think this should be higher, right? Charizard, of course, iconic, but he's also really basic. So, where do I put Charizard is the question. I think Charizard will go in A tier next to Bulbasaur and Charmander. Um, the Megas, I really like Charizard X, um, but I don't like that it has two Mega Evolutions. To be honest, um, I really like Charizard Mega Y's Drought ability, but I like Charizard X's design more. Um, so I'm gonna put this in B. Where am I gonna put this? Yeah, I'm not gonna do like ordered tier list because it's hard enough to get them into tiers. Um, we'll go. Yeah, we're gonna go A tier here because I really like the way that it looks, and then we're gonna go B tier for the Mega here. Gigantamax we're skipping. Squirtle, love Squirtle. Favorite of Generation 1. Squirtle goes in S tier. Wartortle, my friend Alan really loves Wartortle. I have a plushie of Wartortle, but I don't think that Wartortle deserves to be S or A tier. I mean, it's got wings for ears, but it doesn't fly. Um, I'll put it in B tier because I do like it more than Ivysaur and Venusaur. Blastoise, I do like quite a bit. We're gonna put this in A tier with Charizard. Mega Blastoise, I like how it catapults, so that also goes into A tier. Um, Now we're getting past the starters into other Pokemon. So, starting with Caterpie here. Caterpie's kind of meh. I mean, he's fine in the anime. Let's go. Like, these feel way further down than the rest of these. So, like, Caterpie feels a good amount below the rest of these. Let's go E tier here. Um, and then, that seems rough. I like Caterpie a little bit more than that. Because Metapod, I'm like, all he does is harden. And I don't think Metapod deserves F tier by any means. So we'll go E tier here. Butterfree. Ooh, I like Butterfree about as much as Caterpie, so there. There's no Mega Butterfree, just making sure. That's a Gigantamax form, I'm pretty sure. I don't think it comes out in ZA. Stuff I got a question now. Weedle. Weedle's alright. E tier. Kakuna, same thing. Beedrill. I like Beedrill. Enough. D tier. Mega Beedrill. I think it deserves to go there. Pidgey. Pidgey I find really annoying when you're pulling through like Fire Red or something. I don't know. F tier seems just really drastic. E tier. Pidgeotto. I like it. B tier. Pidgeot. Not as much as Pidgeotto. C tier. Mega Pidgeot. Also C tier. Rattata. Let's see. And of course, everyone pronounces Pokemon differently, so maybe I'll be pronouncing them differently than you do. Oh well. Rattata, we're gonna go F tier. Don't like Rattata. Alolan Rattata though, with the mustache, that's gotta be D tier. It deserves to be higher. Raticate, also F tier, is just annoying. Alolan Raticate, same boat. Spearow. Spearow in the anime, that when they're all attacking Ash, that's something. We're gonna go F tier for Spearow. Fearow, same boat. F Fearow. Ekans. Let's see, we got a snake here. Where do I feel Ekans should go? Yeah, F tier. I don't think it deserves higher than that. Arbok. I like Arbok enough. D tier then. Oh, Pikachu, big boy. Let's go with. I mean, he's the star of the show, right? But is he S tier? Not in my opinion. So A tier for Pikachu. Raichu. Raichu's good. I love Alolan Raichu. I'm just gonna go ahead and get that out of the way. Alolan Raichu is S tier. Raichu himself is C tier for me. The megas, I didn't think that these megas should have existed, to be honest. I was pretty upset that they. Upset. I didn't lose any sleep over this, but I was a little, sure, upset that they chose to do two megas for Raichu when I thought. I don't think any Pokemon should have two megas, but definitely not Raichu. They should have done something else. I'm going F minus here with both of them. I don't think that they should be around. Sandshrew. Sandshrew goes in D tier. Alolan Sandshrew. I like Alolan Sandshrew. I like what they did with it. C tier, and then Sandslash will also be in C tier. because I like it more than Sandshrew. But then Alolan Sandslash with the Slush Rush goes in B tier. I like Alolan Sandslash. Alright. Then we've got Nidoran female. Let's see. I used to really like Nidoqueen, but when I found out that it's more defense and Nidoking is more attack, um, I liked this line less. So for here we're gonna go E tier. E tier for these, and then Nidoqueen can go in D tier. Nidoran male will go in. I actually really like Nidorino's design. King can go here as well. Then we've got. I hope I'm not like muttering too much where you can't hear me. Then we've got Clefable. No, that's Clefable. Clefairy. It's Clefairy! For that meme alone, it might go up a spot. I do like Clefairy, and I like the moon dances that it does. Clefable, it's okay. Put it in E tier, honestly. Mega Clefable, that was quite an interesting twist. Fairy and Flying, I think they made it. I like Mega Clefable. More than Clefable? Yeah, I'd put it in D tier. Okay, then we've got Vulpix here. Geez, there are so many Pokemon, and then not to mention the regional forms. Look at this. I mean, I assume those that are watching know Pokemon, but my goodness, there are so many. Okay. Vulpix. Vulpix will be, let's see. I like Vulpix. C tier. Yeah, I like that placement. Alolan Vulpix. Now, here we go. Here's a good Pokemon. I'm going to go A tier for Alolan Vulpix. Ninetales is... I like Ninetales. B tier. Alolan Ninetales, also A tier. Jigglypuff. We're talking Smash Bros. I like how it sings in the anime. We'll put B tier for Jigglypuff. Wigglytuff. Don't care as much about Wigglytuff. We will put Wigglytuff in D tier. I do like it more than Clefable, so it's a good placement for it. Zubat. Those things are so annoying when you're trying to get through the game. Especially in Mountain Moon, I think is the one it's called. So we're going to go with F tier. Same reason as Rattata. Golbat. It's same thing. It's just annoying in a later portion of the game. Oddish. Oddish. What do I do with Oddish? And I don't really have much understanding of what my previous tier list was. I didn't really look at it. Like I kind of got a glimpse of the S tier list. I know that the previous one had Charizard in S tier, and I just don't think I agree with that nowadays. But in this, for example, I have no idea where I put Oddish. Let's see, Oddish, we'll go E tier. Yeah, about as good as Metapod, I'd say. Gloom and Vileplume, all the same. Then we've got Paras, or Paras, whatever. It's a mushroom. And in Legends Arceus, I don't like how annoying that these things are, so they've gone down in my book because of that. Paras and Parasect both go there. I like that Butterfree and Venomoth got switched for Caterpie. That's kind of funny. Because I mean, look, if you haven't seen Venonat and Butterfree, look at them. They're identical. They look very, very similar. clearly is supposed to be the evolution, but they switched it. So for me, Venomoth, or sorry, Venonat. Yeah, I should go right there with it, right? Venomoth, same thing. Diglett, all right. Diglett, what are we doing with Diglett? Diglett, we are going to put into. Is this D tier? Is this E tier? E tier. It is still annoying, but not as annoying as those. Alolan Diglett. And you saw the little hairs, and you had to catch them all. Um, that also goes here. I don't feel a strong way about any of these. Tingling hair. I mean, sure. I liked that they went for something unique, but it um, for me wasn't worth it. So Meowth, Team Rocket, we're gonna put in A tier. A tier, that seems excessive, don't you think? B tier. B tier for Meowth. Because he doesn't do much in the actual game. I mean, he does have a lot of regional forms. We've got Alolan Meowth and Galarian Meowth. So, Alolan Meowth, we are going to put Alolan Meowth. I mean, it's not Team Rocket, so that makes it go way further down. I'll say E tier for that, and same for Galarian Meowth. I like it's Steel type, but just not my cup of tea. They have a Alolan Persian here, but then Berserker is way down there, and Gen 8 makes sense, I guess. Let's see. Persian, we're going to put with these in Alolan Persian. I really don't like the look of Alolan Persian, actually. I don't like how round its face is. So then we've got Psyduck, which is not a psychic type. It is only a water type, which I've had some discussions recently about that. I think are funny. Let's see. Psyduck. It's got a lot of merchandise, more than I think it needs, but I get it. A C. That's a solid C tier. Psyduck. Okay, Golduck. Golduck, we are going to put into. Does it go C tier? No, it's not as good as Psyduck. E tier for Golduck. It goes with Persian. Yeah. Mankey. Mankey. I really like Primeape, but Mankey. That'll go E tier. Primeape goes B tier. Yeah, I think it should go there. I really like Annihilate. That might even be S tier, but Primeape is pretty good as well. I like Ash's Primeape that had the his hat. Okay, then we've got Growlithe. I love the Hisuian. I usually like the regional forms. I like the twist that they put on everything with it. Kids outside are playing something. Goodness. They're saying the same thing over and over. Performing a ritual? I don't know. Growlithe, we're going to put into B tier. I actually like Growlithe quite a bit. Hisuian Growlithe can go right with him. And then Arcanine. I love Arcanine. He did a Nuzlocke recently in Scarlet and Violet, and he was on my team. Hisuian Arcanine. I like Hisuian Arcanine. That can probably go in A tier. Yeah. Yeah, I like Hisuian Arcanine enough to be an A tier. Then we've got Poliwag. Poliwag is okay. I'd say that's an E tier. Probably the same with Poliwhirl and Poliwrath. They're just kind of there. I appreciate that they exist, but just not. I don't know if I've ever had them on my team, and I've played many a Pokemon game. Let's see, Abra. We're gonna put Abra in. Where are we putting Abra? I'm just laughing at the Raichus. I'm just thinking about the Raichus. That was the chair! Look at the Raichus in F minus tier, and I'm like, okay, that nothing's gonna get to their tier list, but they should be around there. Okay, Abra, we're going to put into D tier. That's where I think that belongs. Kadabra does not teleport away on me. It is, but is it C tier? Kadabra's not C tier. Okay, Kadabra's D tier. Abra is E tier. No, Abra's F tier. Abra's F tier. Kadabra D tier, and then Alakazam is C tier. Yeah, because it's not B tier. Alakazam is C tier. Which, as we continue along, it's is pretty respectable. Okay. Mega Alakazam. I like that just as much as regular Alakazam, so we'll go there. Fans of cutlery? Okay. Machop. I like Machop. Where do I put him, though? Jeez, the more I look at E tier, I'm like, some of these should be a little bit lower, maybe. I think Metapod might even need to be going in F tier. I don't know. I'm not moving it yet, though. Okay. Machop will go in... Kadabra's in D tier. I don't know if I want to put Machop and Kadabra in the same tier. Because I think Machop is it's below Kadabra, but it's above like Mankey and them. So maybe Kadabra should be higher, actually. Okay, Wigglytuff's here. Yeah, okay, fine. Kadabra's going in C tier. That's kind of maybe what I was going off of. Okay, Machop in D tier. Then Machoke, also in D tier. Machamp can go into C tier. These are Gigantamax forms, still going. Bellsprout. Bellsprout will go into, let's see. Where did I put Oddish? Yeah, wherever I put Oddish is where these should go. Bellsprout, Weepin' Bell, Victory Bell. Mega Victory Bell is, I don't like its look. I'm sorry. I know some people do. I'm putting it in F tier. Tentacool. Don't like Tentacool. Just how annoying they can be in the water. Same for Tentacruel. But is that I don't know. Maybe Tentacruel is E tier. Geodude. I like Geodude enough. Put that in D tier. Alolan Geodude. Ooh. Okay. For Alolan Geodude. These are getting... Let's see if I can make this even smaller. But too small. Okay. That's about... Maybe we'll go with that. Alolan Geodude. We are going to put into... I like the Galvanize part, but I don't know if it gets that as Alolan Geodude. It might get that as just Alolan Graveler. No, not Graveler. Golem. So we're gonna go for here, probably E tier. It doesn't deserve F tier, that's for sure. Graveler can be an E tier. Alolan Graveler, I don't like its look. F tier. Golem could be in D tier. Alolan Golem can be in D tier. Ponyta. Love Galarian Rapidash. If I could have any 6 Pokemon to be on my team, Galarian Rapidash makes the cut. But normal Ponyta, just fire type. We are gonna go with C tier right next to Vulpix. That makes sense to me. Galarian Ponyta, get your butt up there. You are an A tier. No, Galarian Ponyta, S tier. I said it. Regular Rapidash. Yeah, it's below Arcanine, but it's up there. C tier. Galarian Rapidash goes up in S tier. Yes, it does. Amazing Pokemon. Um, the Unicorn. I mean, come on. All right. Slowpoke, which is Water and Psychic, unlike Psyduck. We will put Slowpoke in C tier? No, it doesn't deserve that. D tier? D tier for Slowpoke. Galarian Slowpoke, just Psychic. That is E tier. Because it's trying to be different, but I don't know if they tried hard enough. I think they did with the Galarian Slowbro, but yeah. But Slowbro we'll put in E tier as well. Because I like Slowpoke more than Slowbro. Mega Slowbro, go right there with them. Actually, no. Mega Slowbro goes in F tier. Not F minus tier, but just F tier. Galarian Slowbro is... it's okay. But I would still put it in E tier. Then we've got Magnemite. Let's see. What do we do with Magnemite? Real good here? Yeah, okay. Magnemite we are going to put into D tier? Nah, E tier. E tier is filling up. I put Magneton here as well. We've got Farfetch'd. Farfetch'd goes in D tier. Galarian Farfetch'd. I really love Surfetch'd. So I say Galarian Farfetch'd goes in B tier. B tier? Maybe C tier. No, because I really like in the anime with Galarian Farfetch'd, even before he's evolved into Surfetch'd. Okay. Doduo. We will put in E tier. Dodrio, same thing. Seal. It is a Seal. And we will put Seal in... should be in E tier or D tier? I'm going to put it in E tier. Same for Dugong. Grimer. Grimer goes in D tier. Alolan Grimer goes in D tier. Muck. It goes higher. Up into C tier. And then Alolan Muck. I think my first time going through Pokemon Moon, Alolan Muck ended up being my star Pokemon, so it made me really like Alolan Muck. I'm putting it in B tier. Okay. Then we've got Shelder. Shelder's fine. It's like E tier, but Cloyster, on the other hand, I love the hidden ability Skill Link. I think it's a hidden ability. And when it learns Skill Link, 2 to 5 times, it has a lot of moves that are like that. That goes into S tier. What? Yes, Cloyster for me goes into S tier. Ghastly, good ghost Pokemon. It's the only ghost Pokemon in Gen 1, which is interesting to think about. Does it go? I think it goes C tier for Ghastly. Haunter is... my friend Alan would say, I know I may mention him a couple times here, thinks it's one of the best Pokemon. He'd say easy S tier. He doesn't ever want to evolve his Haunter into a Gengar. For me personally, I think it goes right with Ghastly in C tier. And then Gengar, which is apparently, I think, the overall favorite Pokemon of everyone. Like they did a survey, and Gengar was the favorite Pokemon of everyone. I would put Gengar in, I put it A tier? I do like Gengar quite a bit, but I'd say B tier. It deserves B tier. Yeah. Mega Gengar. I don't know if you've seen the meme. He doesn't look like he has feet, but he does in fact actually still have feet. They had something that indicated that the Mega Gengar still has feet. Well, these are actually really detailed when you zoom in. Look at a little Grimer here. Um, but okay, so we're gonna go for Mega Gengar. I like the Shadow Trap ability, um, but I don't know if it deserves B tier. I'm actually gonna go C tier with Mega Gengar. Gigantamax Gengar looks cool, but not for our rankings here. Then we've got Onyx. Let's see. For Onyx, we are going to go. I like Onyx enough to be C tier. Yeah. Especially Brock's Onyx. Then we've got Drowsy. Okay. Um, Drowsy is fine. Is it even? I researched Dreams, so it probably shouldn't be an F tier. That looks bad. We'll go E tier for Drowsy, and same for Hypno. Then Krabby. We've got. I love Ash's Krabby. So that will put him into D tier. Kingler, not so much. That's F tier for me. And I believe that is that's a Gigantamax Kingler. So not our cup of tea. Then we've got Voltorb. Voltorb will go into. Does it go D tier? Let's go with Krabby. I don't like how it self-destructs, but I like the Pokemon enough, so that kind of like balances it from D and F tier into E tier. Hisuian Voltorb, Electric and Grass, is a cool typing, and I like how it's like the original Pokeball, you know. But for me, it still belongs in E tier. So this will go for Electrode and Hisuian Electrode as well. So I understand why people would like it, but for me, that's where it goes. Okay, Execute. Nothing special about Execute to me. It goes in F tier. Executor goes in D tier, and then Alolan Executor, which is a Dragon type, goes into. It makes its way all the way into B tier for me. I like Alolan Executor quite a bit. I just want to look closer at it. Nice. Okay. Next we've got Cubone. My wife Bailey loves Cubone, and that has made me like Cubone more. I would put Cubone. Do I put it in C tier or B tier? No, Cubone goes in B tier. And then Marowak goes into D tier, but Alolan Marowak. I used to have a little jingle for it. I really like Alolan Marowak. That goes into. That's S tier for me. Alolan Marowak is S tier. I love the Fire and Ghost. Ghost is my favorite type I found. I thought it was Dragon, but as I have come to think of favorite Pokemon as I go, I'm like, I think it's Ghost actually. Alright, Hitmonlee. Not to be confused with Bruce Lee. We'll go E tier here. Hitmonchan. Not to be confused with Jackie Chan. Well, nah, they don't deserve E tier. Let's go D tier with these guys. Or maybe I just really like Hitmonchan more. Okay, fine. Hitmonlee's E tier. Hitmonchan is D tier. Then you've got Lickitung. No Hitmontop or Tyro yet. Lickitung. What a menace. It'll go in. Does it go in D tier? Yeah, let's go D tier for Lickitung. Okay. Then we've got Coughing. coughing. I like it in the anime, which, evolves into wheezing, so kind of the same thing. Coughing goes in E tier? Yeah, sure. Um, then wheezing goes into D tier. Does it go into C tier? No, not with those guys. Um, Glaring wheezing, Doug Dimmadome. I believe it should go into C tier, Glaring wheezing. All right. Next we've got Rhyhorn. How many more in Gen 1 we've got? Up into here. Okay. We got more than 151 because of all the regional forms that they and megas that they do for Gen 1 Pokemon. So that's somewhat comforting, I suppose. Rhyhorn. We are going to put Rhyhorn into D tier. I don't think it deserves E tier. Rhydon. I like Rhydon enough. That can go into C tier. Chansey is D tier. It's, they heal you. I appreciate it. Winter's Joy. But yeah. Tangela, I don't really like Tangela that much. Why did they put Mega Kangaskhan before Kangaskhan? Kangaskhan, we are going to put into D tier. Mega Kangaskhan, I love the ability where the little guy gets to hit again. So I think they call it parental bond is what it is. So that goes in B tier actually. Okay, next we've got Horsey. Horsey goes into E tier because I don't really care about it. Same for Seadra. Goldeen, Seeking, E for Staryu, Starmie, Mega Starmie, F minus. I do not care about Mega Starmie with its legs coming after you. No, I disagree. That's just terrible. I don't know what they were thinking, but it's just, I don't like it at all. Okay. Mr. Mime. I like Mr. Mime. Takes care of Ash's mom in more ways than one. Mr. Mime will go into B tier. B tier, jeez, B tier? That's kind of high. C tier. Oh, sorry. Then we'll go into, this is Glaring Mr. Mime. I love how it dances. I really like Mr. Mime already, though, so it is just going to continue on into C tier. Scyther. I like Scyther. I like Caesar. And I like Mega Caesar. And I like Cleavor. So with Scyther, we are going to go into D tier? Do we do D tier for Scyther? No, it deserves higher than that. Are you crazy? No. Scyther will go into C tier. Because I do like all of these Pokemon in B tier more than I like Scyther. Okay. Now we've got Jinx. Okay. Sorry, stretching. Goodness. Okay. Jinx, we are going to put into D tier. I don't think it needs E tier. Electabuzz is also D tier. Magmar, same. Pinsir, that's E tier. Mega Pinsir? Mega Pinsir is also, it's whatever. Tauros, we are going to put into D tier. Then I don't really care too much for the Paldean Tauros. And that goes for all three. I think we should have just gotten more Paldean forms instead of 3 Paldean Tauroses. Okay, then we've got Magikarp. I like the golden Magikarp, and I like the episode where Magikarp jumps like 100 feet in the air. So Magikarp is iconic in that you don't know like where it's going to go next, but it's about as iconic as Caterpie in that way. So I'm actually just going to put it in D tier. I don't think it goes any higher than that. Gyarados, I like Gyarados. That'll go in C tier. Mega Gyarados, I am annoyed that it is water dark. And when if there was any time to make a Pokemon a dragon type, when you have Lance having a Gyarados, it was with this Gyarados. It was with Gyarados, which it even kind of looks like a dragon, and yet you made it water and dark. Um, that goes into F minus tier. Mega Gyarados. Maybe F minus is reserved for megas I don't like. No. Then we've got Lapras. Lapras will go into. I really like Lapras. That'll go all the way up to B tier. Then I do love the Gigantamax Lapras form, I will say. Ditto, big fan, good for breeding. Ditto goes into B tier. Then we've got Eevee. Oh, everyone loves Eevee. I do like Eevee, the evolution Pokemon. Eevee goes into. Oh, okay. Does it go into C or B tier for me? Because I don't think it goes any higher than B tier. What else have we got in B tier? Um, yeah. Yeah, I do like Eevee more than I think everyone on the C tier list, so Eevee goes in B tier. Um, then we'll get into the Eevee evolutions, at least the first three. Chair again. Um, Vaporeon. I know what y'all think of Vaporeon, and that makes me like it less. So much so that it's F tier. Um, then we've got Jolteon. I like Jolteon. Is it enough for it's not that I don't like it it's not that I like Jolteon maybe less than Eevee, but Eevee has contributed more to the franchise and I respect that. So that is why Eevee is higher on the tier list, even though it necessarily would Jolteon I do like Jolteon more than Eevee. So Jolteon for me is C tier. Flareon is D tier. All right, then we've got Porygon. I expected more to Porygon. I thought there was going to be like more that happened with it, and it's just sort of there. So for that reason, Porygon is F tier. Omanite or Almanite, depending on how you want to say it. Maybe you would say it a different way than that. I think I'd put maybe all the fossil Pokemon together except for Kabutops. I put Omanite in F tier, believe it or not. Omastar same, and Kabuto same, but Kabutops I like. I'd put this in C tier next to Scyther because I think they are kind of similar. Okay, Aerodactyl. I like Aerodactyl. D tier. Okay. I know, maybe you'd be like, he likes something and then he puts it in D tier? What? Look, it's a hard competition we're working with here. Aerodactyl, I think it belongs to D tier. Yeah, Mega Aerodactyl. I think Tough Claws is its ability. Kind of right there with it in D tier. Just stick with it. Snorlax is next. Snorlax, we will go like Snorlax. Is it C tier or B tier for me? Kind of, I think similar thinking as Eevee. Let's see. I would put Snorlax. Yeah, I'd put him higher than this. He's kind of in the middle of these, but I'll put him in B tier. Then we've got Articuno. Articuno is fine. Let's see. Okay, I was paused, um, but now it's a new day. New shirt, obviously, because it's a new day. I was in the middle of in the B tier. Then we've got Galarian Articuno. I wish we would have been able to see Galarian Articuno in more than just Galar. It honestly makes me want to go back to Sword and Shield to play with Galarian Articuno. I love Galarian Articuno, Psychic and Flying. There's some Psychic and Flying types like Sigilif or Xatu, but I don't think that they do a good enough job, like strength wise. And Galarian Articuno for me actually goes in S tier. If you look at the design, I just really like how they changed Articuno from that to that. So yeah, for me, Galarian Articuno goes in S tier. From there, we go to Zapdos. Zapdos is I like Zapdos. I love the electric and black in the wings. I think that's pretty cool. And if I'm playing Gen 1, there's Jolteon, there's Electabuzz, there's Pikachu or Raichu, and it makes you think about, well, do I need another electric type? And I don't, normally, actually, when I was a kid, I'd be like, yeah, I want Zapdos. So I put Zapdos pretty high, actually. I like Zapdos more than I like Articuno, and I'd put it in A tier. Like I said, I don't know what where I'd previously had put Zapdos, but I put it in A tier. Now, Galarian Zapdos is a whole other thing. They made Galarian Zapdos. I understood them trying to do something different, and I appreciate that. They had a more of a running Pokemon, and I think it's fighting and flying as Galarian Zapdos, or maybe electric and fighting. Maybe it's not even flying. You could tell I didn't really play with Galarian Zapdos on my team as opposed to Galarian Articuno. I think Galarian Zapdos is enough to pass D tier. I think it goes in C tier. That's where I put that. Regular Moltres. I like Moltres, but it was a really hard Pokemon to catch as a kid, and it was further away from everything else on the Sevi Islands. So for me, just Moltres goes in. Does it go in D tier? Yeah, D tier is where I'd put Moltres. Galarian Moltres, I have more of an appreciation for Galarian Moltres, not only because of how it looks, but also because of the anime in Pokemon Horizons, with it being one of Lucius. I think it's Lucius. Lucius's Pokemon, or maybe it's Lucian, and so I would put Galarian Moltres definitely higher than Moltres. I like the Dark and Flying type. It looks a lot like Yveltal, though. And I'm not a big fan of how similar it looks if it's going to have the same typing. So it's got to be higher than Galarian Zapdos, because I do like it more than that. But I'm like, dude, is it B tier? I don't know. Which makes me think maybe Galarian Zapdos should actually be in D tier instead of C tier. Because I don't know. I just think of like the what do you call it? I can't think of the move. The Drill Peck. I like Drill Peck on the Galarian Zapdos, and then like the double kick, etc. That sort of thing, or close combat. But Galarian Moltres, it is pretty cool. I definitely can't put Galarian Moltres in B tier. That's too high. So I think Galarian Zapdos actually is going to go into D tier with Moltres here. That's the correction I'll make. Then we've got Dratini. My wife Bailey loves Dratini, specifically Dratini. She likes Dragonair as well, and that she likes Dragonite to some degree, but she doesn't think that Dratini should evolve into Dragonite. She doesn't think that that makes sense. She thinks Dratini is really cute, which makes me like Dratini more. And it's a cute little name, Dratini. Um, for me, Dratini, it's at least C tier. Um, does it go into B tier? I like how it learns Dragon Rage. I mean, that's cool. If you, I like the Shed Skin ability as well. At least in Pokemon Conquest. Shout out Pokemon Conquest, one of the best, if not the best, spin-off Pokemon game of all time. Um, I would say Dratini. I'll go B tier. I'll go as high as B tier for Dratini. Dragonair, for me, I don't care about Dragonair as much. Dragonair for me would go in a D tier because it's still like the line, but for me, D tier works for Dragonair. And then Dragonite. So I do really like Dragonite. I especially like it in, in like Iris's Dragonite in like the Unova region. I think that's a pretty good Dragonite. And then I think when Ash has a Dragonite later in the Pokemon Journeys, I love how it like wants to hug everyone. That's a fun thing. So for me, Dragonite goes into A tier. I don't. It's not S tier, but I think Dragonite deserves to go in A tier. Right with Charizard. Yeah, that's where I would put it. Mega Dragonite. Wow. So that is a complicated. What is it? People feel a certain type of way about Mega Dragonite. Um, for me, Mega Dragonite should be. It's like I've only played Legend ZA once, and I didn't put Dragonite on my team because I really liked Mega Drampa. So I'd already had a Mega Dragon on my team at that point. Um, but I think Mega Dragonite deserves to be. Do I like it more than Dragonair? I don't know. It's either D tier or C tier for me. It's not B tier. Um, I don't know how strong it. I mean, I assume it makes Dragonite stronger. And I don't know if it the typing on it. Let's see, Mega Dragonite. Just gonna look here. Typing. Okay, still Dragon Flying. Um, so in that case, I think I'm gonna keep it at D tier. Um, yeah, I think I like all those C tiers more than Mega Dragonite. Mewtwo. Mewtwo is a very, very good Pokemon. Let's see. So for me, Mewtwo's got to be really high up there. I know it's basic, but it's at least A tier, if not S tier. I really like Mewtwo, especially when it learns Psy Strike. Um, let's see. I think Mewtwo deserves S tier. You know, I I like its inclusion in Smash Bros. And I like how you can get it in a cave. And I think it's the definitely where you use the Master Ball if you don't want to if you haven't already used it on Moltres, which sometimes I had. Um, the lore with Mewtwo, I think Mewtwo deserves that. Mewtwo X, Mega Mewtwo X. I don't like the Psychic and I do like Psychic and Fighting type. I don't like it for Mewtwo because it just feels like a weaker version of Mewtwo itself, and I don't like how it goes in a physical way. Honestly, Mega Mewtwo X, it actually goes all the way down into F tier. Um, I don't like Mega Mewtwo X all that much. Yeah, it's fine. But then we've got Mega Mewtwo Y, and Mega Mewtwo Y makes me think of like Frieza and the transformations there. So I Mega Mewtwo Y goes pretty high up for me. Where did I put Mewtwo? In S tier? Is Mega Mewtwo Y S tier? That seems kind of high. It might be A tier for Mega Mewtwo Y. Is it S tier? I like the shiny of it as well, with being green. Is it S tier or is it A tier? I'm gonna go A tier. A tier for Mega Mewtwo Y. Then we've got Mew. I like how it can learn any move, including Transform. I like that. It's basically a better Ditto. It's interesting how its stats are all 100. Mew is pretty high up there. It's cute as well, of course. I'm going to say A tier for Mew. All right, we have finally made it into Gen 2. Apparently, I couldn't make it a whole day without getting through Gen 1, but we are now at Gen 2. There are, of course, a lot more Pokemon to go. So let's move on into Gen 2. So first we've got Chikorita. I really like Chikorita, and I really like Bayleaf. I don't like Meganium as much, but then I feel like it was kind of redeemed in Legends ZA with Mega Meganium. That's actually the one that I had chosen as my starter, and I was like, as long as they make it fairy, I'm happy. And that's exactly what they did. I thought that's exactly what Meganium needed, was like to be able to use Moonblast, and that was really good for me. I didn't like how they had two Gen 2 starters for Legends EA. I thought they could have been a little more diverse, but in any case, Chikorita is a very good Pokemon in terms of cuteness and just likability. I would put it above Ivysaur and Venusaur, so it's got to be B tier. I can't put it in A tier. I don't like it as much as Bulbasaur, so I put Chikorita in B tier. Then Bayleaf has got to be in the same tier as Chikorita because I like it about the same amount. My wife's name is Bailey, so Bayleaf is as close as you get to that name. And then Meganium, on the other hand, is probably E tier for me. I don't think it. No, it's not F tier, but E tier is about where I'd put Meganium. Mega Meganium, on the other hand, I mean, come on, Mega Meganium, what a cool name there. I would put Mega Meganium higher, maybe even into B tier. It could be recency bias, of course, but I don't know. It was the last. Well, of course, it's the newest game, and I think that is where I'd put it into B tier. Does it go A tier? I am debating if it goes into A tier because I do think I like it more than, for example, Lapras or even Alolan Sandslash, but I don't know if I like it as much as Blastoise or Alolan Ninetales. Yeah, I do. I think I'm putting Mega Meganium in A tier. I really like it. Then we've got Cyndaquil. I enjoyed its inclusion in Legends Arceus quite a bit. When I had played Soul Silver for the first time, Cyndaquil is what I had chosen as my starter. So I do like Cyndaquil, definitely more than E tier. It's not like super high up there like B tier or anything like that. It might be C tier, C for Cyndaquil. Yeah, I'd put that. And then Quilava, I don't even know if I like that as much as Cyndaquil. Quilava can go into D tier for me. And then Typhlosion. I like how it can learn. I believe the moves either Explosion or Erupt. I think it's Erupt, where the more HP you have, the stronger the move is. And it's a fire move. It's something having to do with Volcano. So I would put Typhlosion in. I put it in C tier as well. That's where I'd put it because I think it deserves to be there. Yeah, I'd put it on par with Venusaur. So that's where I'd put Typhlosion. Hisuian Typhlosion. A lot of people have, they think he's like weeded out or whatever. For me, Hisuian Typhlosion, I didn't. I've played Legends Arceus all the way through, or maybe not all the way through, but through twice, and I had Samurott, and the first time I played, I had Decidueye, so actually have not played with Hisuian Typhlosion before. I like that it's Ghost and Fire. I love that typing. But for me, I think it can go into D tier. That's where I'd put Hisuian Typhlosion. Maybe I'd feel differently if I had played again and had him, but for now, that's where I would put him. Then we get into Totodile. Let's see. I really like Totodile. It was like one of the first Pokemon little figures I had. It was before I realized that it was a Pokemon. This is like, very young Michael. I think I thought it was a Digimon. Would I put it in B tier? Yeah, I'd put it in B tier next to Cyndaquil. Yeah. Let's see. Croconaw. I don't like how it wears a diaper. It kind of looks like an egg Pokemon. I don't know. Croconaw for me might be E tier. Yeah, Croconaw's E tier. It's not F tier, but it's not D tier either. So yeah, for Alligator, I've had opinions on Feraligatr change recently. I don't like Mega Feraligatr. I don't like how it has basically a Totodile head go over it. Some people say it's a toilet. Basically a Totodile head go over it when it Mega evolves. That's a bad Mega evolution. I think a lot of people were excited for Feraligatr. But I had done a playthrough of, what did I play? I think it was Pokemon Crystal, and I was doing a Nuzlocke, and I did enjoy Feraligatr in that. So he's not E tier. I'd probably put him in D tier. That's lower than Typhlosion. Is that how I feel? I think that is how I feel. So I would put Feraligatr into D tier, and then Mega Feraligatr goes in the F- tier. Then we move on. Okay. Hey, Bailey's leaving. So then we get Sentret. Sentret, I'm currently playing through the Pokemon Team Rocket game, and I like how Sentret, it lets you learn Surf, and they just kind of give it to you. I enjoyed that about Sentret, but Sentret isn't that high up on my list, and I'll probably get rid of it as a Pokemon on my team. When you're going from, I think, Rattata, Sentret is a cool next step for a normal type. I think E tier is actually where I'd put it. I don't think it deserves F tier, but I don't really like it any more than that. Okay, then we've got Furret, and I think Furret also goes into E tier. I like it just as much. Hoot Hoot. I do like Hoot Hoot. I like how it learns psychic moves when it's knocked out, at least, so that's pretty cool. I like how it's an owl, but do I like it enough to put it in C tier? That's a hard bargain to run, and I don't think so. So Hoot Hoot goes into D tier. Noctowl, I don't like Noctowl as much as I like Hoot Hoot. Noctowl for me actually goes into F tier. It's just a Pokemon I don't really care about that much. Then we've got Letaba. For me, Letaba is kind of a forgettable bug Pokemon. It's kind of only used in Gen 2, along with Ledian. I like how Ledian kind of looks more like a superhero, but for me, I think Letaba goes into, yeah, it goes into F tier. That seems really excessive. I like that it's a ladybug Pokemon. No, I think, yeah, F tier for Letaba, and then I'll say E tier for Ledian. I just wish these guys did a bit more. I wish Ledian had more of a move pool and was a little bit stronger. I think I would appreciate it more then. So then we've got Spinarak. For Spinarak, when I'm on Sporkle and I'm naming all the Pokemon, this is one of the first Pokemon I think of, and then I go through all the spiders. So Spinarak has to be better than E tier, I think. No, well, at least has to be better than F tier, but I don't know if it's better than E tier. That's I don't do anything with it more than that. Same for Ariados. Ariados, it will go in F tier. It's just a spider. Yeah, I'll put Spinarak in E tier. And then Crobat, I really like Crobat. Where do I have Golbat? Oh, I have them in F tier. Yeah, Crobat is a lot better. I like how you evolve it with friendliness. So we're going to C tier. No, Crobat. I really like Crobat. Crobat is going into B tier. Yeah, it's not A tier, but I enjoy Crobat a lot. Okay. I'm thinking of like, I don't know, is the move Cross Poison? Something like that. I remember the animation where it goes like this. Okay. Chinchou. Let's see. Water and Electric. I don't care too much about Chinchou or Lantern for that matter. But I think it doesn't deserve F tier. I'll put E tier for Chinchou and Lantern, I think. I don't think it deserves D tier. Does it? Does Lantern deserve D tier? I think if I'm going to put one in one, then the other one will also go there. That's that for me. Pichu. I like Pichu. I like how in the beginning of Smash Ultimate, it's it was the top tier Pokemon. I think it's still A tier. However many years later, but for me, I do really like Pichu. Where did I put Raichu? Because that's kind of where I'd probably put it. C tier. Okay, then I'll put Pichu in C tier as well. I think I like Raichu about as much as I like Pichu. Okay, Cleffa. We're doing all the babies. Cleffa. I don't really like Cleffa. I think it's kind of meh. Same for Igglybuff. Not a fan. Togepi, on the other hand, big fan. Of course, the anime plays a role in that. We will go B tier for Togepi. It is not A tier, but I think it deserves to be B tier. Togepi in B tier. Togetic, on the other hand, meh. Right? I mean, that just shows you how much the anime plays a role. But I do like Togekiss, so I put Togepi in B tier. I'd say Togetic goes into E tier, yeah. I'm debating if it should even go into E tier. Maybe it goes into F tier. I will say Togetic goes into E tier. That's fine. Natu. So I've got Natu. Psychic and Flying. Actually, Psychic and Flying. And I think I don't care that much about Natu or Xatu. So I think... I wish Xatu did a little bit more. Xatu disappoints me, so I'm going to put it in F tier. But Natu can be an E tier. Then Mareep. Electric Sheep. Good design. Good thoughts with it. I like the evolution line. Mareep can C tier is where I'd put Mareep. Yeah, deserves C tier. Flaffy. Don't like Flaffy as much. I don't like that it turned pink and then goes back to yellow. Um, yeah, Flaffy goes in E tier. Ampharos, I do like Ampharos. Some people say Ampharos, and yeah, like I've said before, maybe your pronunciations will be different than mine. In any case, I put it with Mareep in C tier. And then Mega Ampharos, when I first played X and Y, I had a Mega Ampharos on my team, and I liked that it was Electric and Dragon. So I think it's kind of an interesting typing combination, but I like the C tier for Mega Ampharos. Then we've got Blossom. Okay, so this is where Gloom can evolve into Vileplume or Blossom, and I put it right in there with the rest at E tier. Okay, Meryl. Now we've got, or Marill. Meryl, where, blue Pikachu and it's water type. Sorry, I'm just gonna see what the heck my phone is going off on. Okay, it was just people trying to make plans. So, where was I? Meryl. Meryl can go into D tier. Azumarill, see, I don't say Marill, but then I say Azumarill. I don't say Azumarill. So who knows? But Azumarill, meh. F tier for me. Um, F tier seems excessive. I feel like I have to have something against the Pokemon if they're an F tier. So I'll do E tier, I guess. Um, Sudowoodo. I like how in Pokemon Emerald he just kind of randomly shows up. But I don't have much for him. I know a lot of people think this it's a grass Pokemon, and it's just a rock Pokemon. Not even rock and grass, even though it's a tree. So for me, Sudowoodo can go into E tier. Bonsly will be a bit higher because I remember Brock having a Bonsly, and I thought it was cute. So Politoed, um, definitely E tier. At least maybe it's a bit higher from the no. E tier for Politoed along with the other Polys. Hoppip. I like Hoppip. Grass and Flying. Um, does it deserve E tier or does it go higher into D tier? Let me see. Hoppip can go into D tier. Yeah. Um, Jumpluff. No, that's Jumpluff. This is Skiploom. Skiploom can go into E tier. I don't really care about it. And you know what? Yeah, Skiploom is an F tier because it's just not enough of a shift for me. Um, Jumpluff, I love EV training on Jumpluffs, so that can also go into D tier. Apom, good monkey Pokemon. Um, I would put Apom into D tier. Um, I don't have anything more to say about Apom. Sunkern, don't care about Sunkern. Sunflora, I feel like Bailey likes Sunflora. I don't even know if she knows about Sunflora, but her favorite flower is a sunflower, so it would make sense. We'll say D tier for Sunflora, but Sunkern is the E tier. Yanma, let's see. I like that they gave it a evolution into Yanmega. I like that it's included in Legends Arceus, but I don't I don't play with it. It's just kind of there. Little dragonfly before, I guess, Vibrava or Vibrava becomes a thing, and that's a real dragonfly since it turns into a dragon. Yanma goes into D tier for me. Does it go into D tier along with these Pokemon? I don't know. It feels like this. It feels like it goes along with an Arbok or a Machop or an Alolan Grimer or an Electabuzz, but it feels like it's um, lower than a Mega Dragonite or a Farfetch'd. So that's why I'm like iffy on that. I'm going back on this Mega Clefable. No, yeah, I'm okay. I'm keeping it. I'm keeping it. All right, now we've got Wooper. Wooper. I like Wooper. But do I like it enough? I did have Quagsire as one of my main Pokemon at one point, so I'll put D tier for Wooper. It's cute. Paldean Wooper, same. I enjoy it about the same amount. I really like Clodsire. I didn't like that mine died when I did a Nuzlocke for Scarlet Violet. Quagsire, I feel like I like Quagsire just as much as Wooper, so D tier for Quagsire. Then we've got Espeon. Okay. Espeon, let's see. We probably won't get more Gigantamaxes for a while since they had them all for the Gen 1 Pokemon. Let's see. Espeon. Okay. I have a GameCube controller with Espeon on it. Like an Espeon themed GameCube controller. Same with Umbreon. They're down there somewhere. But do I like it in a... Well, it's at least D tier. I'm just wondering if it's C tier. Where did I put the others? Flareon is D tier. Okay. And what is C tier? Jolteon? No, Jolteon's higher. Jolteon is... Where's Jolteon? Electric? No, it is C tier. Jolteon's C tier, Flareon's D tier, and then I put Vaporeon down here. For me, Espeon... Where'd Espeon go? In D tier? It deserves to be with Jolteon in C tier. Yeah. Umbreon... I like that they made it like a villain in Pokemon Horizons, but I don't want to put it any higher than D tier. I don't like... I think it should be more of an attacking Pokemon, and it's more of a supporting Pokemon. It's more got that helping hand thing going, so for me, Umbreon is D tier. Murkrow. Murkrows can be annoying. I do like Honchkrow, but that is not Murkrow. So, E tier for Murkrow. Slowking probably goes with the rest of the Slowbro gang in E tier. Galarian Slowking. I like how in the anime they had a whole episode where everyone's like mind controlled by the Galarian Slowking. But I do like the... I think it's Poison and Psychic. That's a cool typing. So I actually... Galarian Slowking can go into D tier for me. Misdreavus, I don't really like, and I don't like how rare it is usually. So Misdreavus goes into F tier for me. Unknown, where's all the forums? I want to rank them all. I'm kidding. That would be torturous. Unknown for me can go into E tier. It's not enough for F tier, but I don't like it any more than that. Wobbuffet, I love it on Team Rocket, and I understand like its niche thing of like, you know, counter and mirror coat, but D tier is as far as it'll go probably for me. I don't think it's C tier. Is it C tier? I do enjoy it on Team Rocket quite a bit. All right, fine. C tier for Wobbuffet. Why not? Will not get the same treatment. Girafarig. Okay, I like the giraffe Pokemon. I love that they gave him Farigiraf later. For me, Girafarig goes into at least D tier. Does it go into C tier? No. Okay, D tier for Girafarig. Pineco or Pinnaco. Let's see. In Pokemon Conquest, I am not as big a fan of that one of the warlords, I think it's Yoshimoto, has, or Yoshinori, has Pinko. Pinico. But so for me, I just find it an annoying Pokemon to deal with. It's hard to kill, but it's also doesn't do much for me when I have it. So Pinico and Fortress can both go into F tier. Dunsparce, I like how it is what it is. It is a just a very bland land snake Pokemon, and for that it can go into E tier because it's doing its job, and it doesn't. I don't think it deserves F tier for that. Gligar is grounded flying, which is a cool typing, but I don't think it deserves any more than E tier. I'll probably feel differently with Gliscor because I really like the move pool for Gliscor. Steelix. Now here we go. Where did I put Onyx? Because it might be in the same boat or even higher. Let's see. Onyx is in C tier, so Steelix is at least C tier. Does it go into B tier? Yeah, I think Steelix can go into B tier. Some would argue it's worse typing for than Onyx is, but I like Steelix. I like how it's bigger. Mega Steelix. Let me look at this guy. Okay, Mega Steelix. I didn't like how these like rotate around him. I like the crystals, but I don't know how well the Mega Steelix like functions in everyday life. Which I guess a Mega Pokemon isn't going to, but in any case, for me, oh, my dog's Lucy. She's just sleeping on the couch. Mega Steelix for me probably it's got to be lower than Onyx. So D tier for Mega Steelix. I don't. Does it go into E tier? Yeah. No, it's lower than that. I don't enjoy Mega Steelix too much. Does it even go into F tier? I might drop Mega Steelix all the way down to F tier because that is not a Pokemon that I look forward to Mega Evolve. So we'll go F tier. It's not F minus, but yeah. From regular Steelix being B tier to Mega Steelix being all the way in F tier, I don't know. That might be the biggest reach, unless Raichu is more than that. No, it's okay. It's the same. Same amount of tiers jumped or fallen. Snubble, good fairy type change from normal, but I don't care about it that much, so probably E tier. Same for Gramble. I think Gramble was on my team in one of the games I played, but didn't care about it too much. Although I do enjoy that it knows Play Rough now. Quillfish, as a water and poison type, should have an evolution, and I'm upset that it doesn't. But Overquill kind of makes up for that later with Hisuian Quillfish. But Quillfish on its own, I am upset that it didn't end up being more. So F tier for Quillfish. It doesn't even do its job as well as I think Tentacool does. So it seems like an unnecessary, not an unnecessary Pokemon, but I wanted to have an evolution. And they made up for it later. So that's why Hisuian Quillfish goes higher than that. Hisuian Quillfish goes into D tier. And Overquill will be much higher. Okay, then we've got Scizor and Mega Scizor. Scizor I like quite a bit. I believe I put Scyther in C tier, but I'm not positive on that. Let's see. Scyther is in C tier, yes. So Scizor, I like it more than Scyther, so that'll be B tier. I don't think... Is it A tier? Is Scizor A tier? Bug and Steel type. I really like the design of it. Let's see. Yeah, Scizor can go into A tier. Mega Scizor, I like the Technician inclusion as an ability. But Mega Scizor is not as good as Scizor itself for me. So Scizor is probably going to go into C tier because I think it's as good as Scyther. Then we've got Shuckle. In Pokemon Horizons, it's just got the berry juice, and it just looks kind of gross when it's making it. But I do like its defense stat. So for me, Shuckle can go into D tier. Then we've got Heracross. I love the bug and fighting for Heracross. It is a new way of thinking about things. I like, it's a beetle. Is it C tier or is it B tier? Heracross can go into B tier for me. Mega Heracross, I believe it gets Skill Link, just like Cloyster does. So, but I don't like it as much as Heracross itself. So Heracross, Mega Heracross for me can go into D tier. Um, let's see, where did I put Mega Pinsir? Because it should not be lower than Mega Pinsir, that's for sure. Let's see, I'm trying to find it. Here's Pinsir and Mega Pinsir. Okay, I'm just making sure because it should definitely be higher than those two. Okay, then we've got Sneasel. Sneasel is, I like Sneasel. Good Dark and Ice type. I like the Slash. Sneasel for me could be in C tier. Then we've got Hisuian, Sneasel, Poison and Fighting. What a cool typing. I played Pokemon Royal Sapphire, and Hisuian Sneasel is who I chose as my starter, and I liked it. I really like Sneasler as well. So, Hisuian Sneasel, but I like Sneasel itself, so they can both be C tier. Teddiursa. Oh, cool little teddy bear. It's cute. I really like Ursaluna. So for me, Teddiursa can be in C tier. I don't think it's B tier. Ursaring can also follow into C tier. And I like how they've made Ursaring's move pool evolve as the games have gone on. Okay. Slugma, I thought it was a Gen 3 Pokemon, my favorite generation, and I think the first game I played was Sapphire, so Slugma I thought was a Gen 3 Pokemon. Same with Skarmory, same with Marill. So I don't think much of Slugma, though. And then Macargo, I don't care as much either, to the point where I put Macargo in F tier because I think that it's a rock and fire type, and I just never use it. And I just appreciate Slugma's inclusion as a Pokemon. Swinub, let's see. I heard an argument if it's a pig, or at least for Mamoswine, is it a pig or is it a mammoth? Which one is it? Mammo, swine. Is it more mammoth or more swine? For me, Swinub can go into D tier. I don't think it deserves E tier. Same for Piloswine. I don't know how you played Piloswine without thinking, oh, I wish there was another evolution for it before it had Mamoswine, because I think Mamoswine fits that line perfectly. But yeah, then we've got I'm saying Cursola, but it's Corsola. Corsola, Rock and Water, not too much to it. E tier, Galarian, Corsola can be F, sorry, D tier. I like how it's like Ghost and Coral. I'm glad that he did something with it, because it needed something. Remoraid, the gun Pokemon. It's kind of forgettable when I'm doing the Sporkle quiz. I'm like, I can never think of the Remoraid and Octillery. They're more forgettable Pokemon on the whole. I get it's the first. Well, I mean, you have Tentacool and Tentacruel, but it's still so it's Octopus Pokemon. It's just kind of forgettable, and it's got the Octazooka, but its signature move doesn't really do that much. So, Delibird or Delibird, because like delivered, I don't know. We're gonna say Delibird. I'm gonna put it into E tier because I don't think it should be D tier. Sorry, little Z. Okay. Mantine or Mantine, we're going to go, yeah, E tier for that. Water and flying, but not as good as Gyarados. And also doesn't really fly. I don't know. Skarmory, I like Skarmory. It's a cool Pokemon. that should be at least C tier, I would say. So we'll put it in C tier for Skarmory. Um, oh yeah, Mega Skarmory! They finally did something with it. I enjoy the fact that they gave Skarmory a Mega. Um, but is it? Yeah, it should go right there with it in C tier. I appreciate Mega Skarmory. Just because it wasn't on my team doesn't mean that it's not a cool Pokemon. Okay, then we've got Houndour. Um, let's see. I wish there was a way to like get rid of these somehow. Just like out of my way so I can look at the rest. Maybe I guess I could do that by making a new row. Okay. We'll do that just so that they're out of my way and I don't have to think about them being in my way. Okay. Because this is bothering me. I don't know if it was bothering anyone else, but it was kind of annoying having to like start from here. Okay. We'll just call this Dynamax. Well, I guess they're technically Gigantamax, so I'll use the proper term here. Okay. Then we've got Houndour. So almost done with Gen 2 here to the right there, about 2 more rows. Alright. Houndour, we will put it is Dark and Fire. I like its inclusion. It definitely shouldn't be F tier. Is it E tier? Is it D? It should be D tier for me. Houndour, D tier. Houndoom, same at D tier. Okay. Ooh, Mega Houndoom. Same, D tier. Feel the same way. Kingdra, I'm pretty sure I put the others in E tier. Yep, Horsey and Seadra in E tier, and I think Kingdra should be one step above that, so D tier for Kingdra. Phanpy, I like Phanpy and Qfant quite a bit. Sorry, just gonna adjust here. Okay, let's see. So Phanpy, we're gonna put it shouldn't be an E tier. So we're gonna put it. It should. I think it should be higher than D tier. So C tier for Phanpy and Donphin. Apparently, Donphin was one of the first Gen 2 Pokemon shown. Okay, C tier for Donphin. And then we've got Porygon 2. I think I put Porygon in F tier. No, I put it in E tier. Is that where I put Porygon? It shouldn't be. Where'd I put Porygon? I'm trying to find it. Porygon. Where's Porygon? Are we kidding? There's no way it's that high. Okay, I was about to say. Where is... Where's Porygon? I can't find it. There it is. Okay, I put it in F tier. Alright, yes, I agree. It should be... Porygon 2 also goes into F tier. F minus tier. Ooh, does it go into F minus tier? Is it the first non-mega that goes into F minus tier? Because I really don't like Porygon 2. Geez, I'm trying to give myself some leg room, but also trying not to be, like, slouching the whole time. Okay, yeah, Porygon 2 goes into F minus tier. There's our first non-mega that goes into F minus tier, is Porygon 2. Stantler. I didn't think much of it before Weirdeer, but Weirdeer made me like Stantler more. So Stantler can go into... I think it still only goes into like E tier though. There's not much to it. It learns some psychic moves, so that's cool, but it's fine. Smeargle. I like Smeargle. I like the sketch ability. It goes into D tier for me. Tyrogue. Talked about Tyrogue and Hitmontop earlier. So Tyrogue probably goes with Hitmonlee, wherever I put that, which I think is in this. Yeah, it's in this tier. So Tyro and Hitmontop can join it in E tier. Smoochum. Don't think much about Smoochum. F tier for Smoochum. Um, I believe Jinx is in E tier. Maybe it's in D tier. Where's Jinx? Jinx is in D tier. Well, Smoochum's in F tier. I mean, yeah, F tier. I just don't think much about these baby Pokemon. Now, Elekid and... no, just Elekid. On the other hand, I do like Elekid enough to make D tier. Is it higher than Electabuzz? No, same tier. Yeah, that's fine. Then Magby can join them in F tier. Miltank. Let's see. I like the Moo Moo Milk. I don't like Whitney's Miltank, as most don't. But I appreciate the cow Pokemon, so E tier. That's not bad enough to be an F tier. So we'll go E tier here. Blissey. I love how much HP is on Blissey. Blissey can be in D tier. I don't know where I put Chansey. Same tier, A. Okay. Excuse me. Now we're in the legendaries. Let's see. Raikou. I am going to put Raikou in. I guess their Paradox Pokemon come later on. So Raikou should be higher. It should be in maybe C tier. Is Raikou B tier? I don't think so. Is it? What other legendaries we have here? Articuno? Yeah, it's on the level of an Articuno. Raikou goes there. Entei. We like Entei. It's got a whole movie. I enjoy Entei quite a bit. When it talks, whatever. So Entei for me goes into A tier. Although as a Pokemon, like as a fire Pokemon, I don't know how much I actually enjoyed on my team, but as a Pokemon just by itself, I think it deserves to be A tier. And then Suicune, I enjoy as well. I don't like how you had to like go and find it. So for me, Suicune, it should be in B tier with Raikou. I think it's on par. Then we've got Larvitar. Larvitar for me goes not very far. E tier for Larvitar. Pupitar, a lot of people don't like Pupitar. Apparently, they did a survey of people's favorite Pokemon. And obviously, based on the sample size that they had, the least favorite Pokemon of Gen 2 was Pupitar. And rightfully so, I think, because it's just such a high level that Pupitar evolves into Tyranitar, and you're just waiting for it to get to the Godzilla Pokemon. And so F tier for Pupitar. And it's not very good. It's not very strong. It's not like... I feel like Dragonair or like Azuelas, Pokemon that you have to have a really high level for a very long time. It's just so... It's weak. Tyranitar, on the other hand, is my favorite Pokemon of Gen 2. So for me, Tyranitar goes into S tier. Ooh. So Pupitar in F tier, but Tyranitar in S tier. I don't like Mega Tyranitar as much. I know it's stronger, but for me, I just didn't enjoy Mega Tyranitar as much as I enjoy Tyranitar itself. So Tyranitar, Mega Tyranitar, it's not F tier, but it can be... does it go into E tier or D tier? Let's say D tier. D tier for Mega Tyranitar. Because I enjoyed them giving it a Mega. Okay, Lugia. It shouldn't be Psychic Flying. It should be like water and Psychic maybe. It should definitely be water. Let's see. But I do like it as a Pokemon. Most people do. I think, I said that Pupitar was the least favorite. I think Lugia was people's favorite, if I'm not mistaken. For me, it'll go in B tier. Um, right there with, yeah, like Pidgeotto. I think that is where I'd put it. Okay. Ho-Oh. I don't like Ho-Oh as much as I like Lugia. Um, it was like another Fire Flying when you already had Charizard and Moltres. Um, so for me, but I like the rainbow aspect of it. So for me, Ho-Oh goes into D tier, which might be the lowest I've ranked a legendary yet. But I'm sure we'll get low. Oh no, here's we got Moltres. Another Fire Flying, which I think I already said, but yeah, D tier for Ho-Oh. Celebi, Grass and Psychic. I like it. I like how its whole thing is time. Um, my undergrad research was on children's cognitive conception of time, so I like that aspect of it. Celebi for me, does it go to A tier or is it B tier? Celebi, somewhere like, oh, the onion. No, it's the it's the time traveling Pokemon. We're gonna go A tier for Celebi. All right, we have made it to Gen 3. Let's take a second here. Okay. Trico. Now, this is my favorite generation, so I might be biased in where I put Pokemon. We'll have to see. Um, so don't be surprised if the overall ranking is higher for Gen 3 Pokemon compared to others. All right. Trico. Love Trico. Little tree gecko. It's great. Um, we are going to put Trico pretty high here. Probably in A tier. Bulbasaur's A tier? Yeah. We're putting Trico in A tier as well. Grovyle might be my favorite middle evolution. Um, I might put Grovyle in S tier, to be honest. I enjoy the Leaf Blade that it provides. And yeah, Grovyle can go into S tier for me. Um, Sceptile. So I like the design of Sceptile. And I like how it had a Mega into Dragon type. Um, but I don't like that its stats were made it a more of a special attacker, and its moves were more physical attack. That really bothered me. So for me, Sceptile is not as high, but I do still like it a lot. So it'll probably go into C tier with Venusaur here. Oh, you can probably see this Norton. I didn't think about the fact that you could probably see the Norton thing, or maybe you couldn't. I don't know. Okay. Then we've got, oh yeah, Mega Sceptile. I like the lightning rod ability. That was really cool that they gave it that. Not that you're really hitting electric moves on a Sceptile, but I think it should be higher than C tier for me because they kind of fixed the stat problem with Mega Sceptile. So for me, B tier for Mega Sceptile. Okay, then we've got Torchic. Torchic is going to be pretty high as well. I enjoy Torchic. Little firefighting Pokemon. Good starter, etc. It might be A tier. Do I like it enough to give it A tier? Yes, I do. Torchic goes into A tier as well. Combuskin. I love Combuskin as well. Might be the strongest middle evolutions of any generation for the starters. So for me, Combuskin is also going to go into A tier. Not S tier worthy, but A tier. Blaziken. I really like Blaziken as well as Mega Blaziken. So Blaziken for me is going to go into, does it go into A tier or S tier? Here's where we determine. Blaziken, does it crack it into S tier? Yes, it does. I love Blaziken. Okay, Mega Blaziken is going to follow suit into S tier. I love the speed boost on Mega Blaziken. Um, So Blaziken follow up into S tier. Boom. Okay. Surprised with myself as we're going. Mudkip. I really like Mudkip. The water and ground for a starter was a welcome change of pace after simply water type. Um, we are going to go into maybe B tier. I don't think Mudkip also is A tier. He's a step below the other two, I gotta say, but still really good starter. Marshtomp is going to not be as good as Mudkip. Um, Probably into C tier, because I don't think it deserves B tier. C tier for Marshtomp. Swampert is probably going to be B tier as well. Um, and then let's see. So we'll put Swampert into B tier. That's not A tier for me. And then Mega Swampert, I like the Hammer Fist that it gets. Um, let's see. It'll probably go into B tier with Mega Swampert here. I don't think it should be higher than that. Okay. And it's with Mega Sceptile? Yeah, that's where I put that. Okay. Done with the starters. Moving on into Poochyena. Poochyena is going to go into, let's see, is it E tier? D tier? Yeah. Yeah. D tier for Poochyena. And Mightyena is going to go into E tier, not F tier. Zigzagoon, kind of whatever. Galarian Zigzagoon can follow. Linoon, or Linoon as some say, E tier. Galarian, Linoon into E tier as well. I just don't care about, like, I care about the Pokemon, but I don't like you've got Linoon as your HM slave or whatever, but it's just, for me, not as big of a fan. So E tier for that. Wormpole is whatever. F tier for Wormpole. That'll probably be the case for Silcoon, and I'll go ahead and say Cascoon as well. F tier. Beautifly can be higher than F tier. That's at least deserves E tier. Probably D tier for Beautifly. It can be with the Poochyena. Dustox. I enjoy Dustox to some degree, but it's not F tier, and I don't think it's D tier. So E tier it is. Okay, excuse me. Lotad, we are going to put into D tier. I enjoy it into D tier here. Lombre can. This is already zoomed out all the way out. There's just a lot of Pokemon. And we're just going to keep scrolling it more and more as we have to get through everyone else. Probably D tier for Lombre here. Yeah. Should it? No. I think yeah. It can be in D tier. Ludicolo will be one step above those into C tier. I enjoy Ludicolo. I like it in Detective Pikachu. With the real life Ludicolo. So C tier for Ludicolo. C dot I don't like as much as Lotad and Lombre, so C dot can go into E tier for me. Nuzleaf can follow. However, Shiftry I do like as a grass and dark type. So for me, Shiftry can go into C tier with Ludicolo. Then we've got Talo. Talo and Swellow here. Talo can go into D tier for me, and then the Swellow can be higher. I enjoyed Swellow as a Pokemon, so Swellow can be C tier for me. I don't think, no, it doesn't cross B tier into B tier. Swellow B tier, C tier. Wingull is probably E tier. Nah, E tier, that's excessive. D tier for Wingull, and then Pelipper will follow suit. I like how it has stock up or stockpile, and then has, the spit up or swallow thing for Pelipper. Then we've got Ralts. Okay, Ralts can be. I enjoy Ralts. I enjoy the whole line. Ralts can be C tier for me. Um, Curlia can follow into C tier. Get them there eventually, right? Then Gardevoir. I love Gardevoir. Very strong psychic type. Usually always on my team whenever I'm playing through these. Gardevoir is at least A tier for me. It might even cross into S tier. Is Gardevoir S tier? Yeah, I think it is. Gardevoir S tier Pokemon. Mega Gardevoir. You have Diantha, whatever the champion's name is in Gen 6. I think Mega Gardevoir can be A tier. I wouldn't give it Mega Gardevoir S tier. I enjoyed Mega Evolving Gardevoir, but I just don't think it sticks as well as the S tier. Okay. Surskit, kind of a whatever Pokemon. In fact, I expect more out of Surskit as a water type, and I was disappointed. It learns like Bubble, maybe Bubble Beam, and that's pretty much it. And then it evolves into Masquerain, and that's just a disappointment. So Masquerain doesn't do much. I'm so annoyed with Masquerain that it goes into F minus tier. Okay, then we go into Shroomish. Breloom is Bailey's favorite Pokemon, so Shroomish is probably going to be decently high here, but not too much. This isn't Bailey's tier list. This is my tier list. But I think Shroomish deserves C tier. Breloom, Grass and Fighting. I enjoyed Breloom myself as well. I loved the Mach Punch that you could get on Breloom. So for me, it's going to be C tier as well. I don't think it crosses into B tier. Does it? Maybe it does. All right, Breloom B tier. B for Breloom. Slackoth. I don't. I understand the ability with Truants, where it doesn't move every other turn. Vigoroth can go one step above that. So I think it should be D tier. Slacking is just a really strong Pokemon. I think of my brother Chris with this Pokemon. Same with Cloyster for that matter. And I'd say Slacking goes here into D tier. D tier? Slacking can go to C tier. Okay. Then I hope I'm not making y'all fall asleep because I feel like I'm making myself fall asleep trying to get through all these. Okay. Then we've got Nincada. Nincada can be E tier. It's whatever. Ninjask, I like the speed boost. That could be D tier. Told you. Shedinja is a really cool Pokemon. I like the Ghost and Bug. I like the ability. It's got 1 HP, but you can only hit it if you really try. Super effective, whatever. So Shedinja could be C tier for me. Whismur is whatever, E tier. Same with Loudred. Same with Exploud. Then we've got Makuhita. Makuhita, E tier. Hariyama can be D tier. It can be a one step above. Azrael is a normal type, and that annoys me. It should at least be a water type. It might be simply a fairy type now, but yeah. Nosepass is fine. It's whatever. E tier. Skitty and Delcatty are whatever to me. They can be E tier. Sableye is whatever to me. Mega Sableye. I know in the anime now they've got the new character But and he has Mega Sableye, so that's becoming more of a thing. I appreciate that they're doing that, but to me, I don't really. Well, he has Magic Bounce, doesn't he? Or is it just Mega Absol that has that? Yeah, I think it's Sableye as well. But I just don't care that much about Sableye. So for me, E tier. I told you it's happening. Oh, jeez. Maybe I need a soda or something. um, Mawile is Steel and Fairy. I don't like that it. I don't. I wanted more from Mawile. After I caught it, Mega Mawile with huge power. That's cool. It could be E tier, and I don't think it deserves the F tier like regular Mawile does, because at least I knew what I was getting once I had Mega Mawile. Um, Aeron is cool. Maybe that's why I was just bored with some of these Pokemons. That's why I was yawning. Because Aeron is not a boring Pokemon to me. Aeron could be C tier. Lairon can also be C tier. Then Aggron. I like Aggron quite a bit. I believe its defense stat is out the wazoo. Which begs the question, what is in the wazoo? Probably it's either B tier or A tier for me for Aggron. Um, I would say A tier for Aggron. A for Aggron. Mega Aggron. Um, I like its design. I think it has a better picture than that, where the head kind of takes over the whole thing as a shield. But I don't think I like it as much as Aggron itself. So it can go right there in C tier with the others of the line. Then we've got Metadite. Fight against Psychic. And it can go into E tier for me. It's not F tier. But Metacam, I don't like how in the anime they kind of make this a little stronger than it is. They're like, oh, it predicts everyone's movements, and so you can't possibly hit it. I'm like, that seems excessive. So does it go into F tier? F tier for Metacam or Metacham. I say Metacam. Mega Metacam. Cool that they gave it a Mega. E tier. Electrike. I like Electrike as a Pokemon. We can put it into D tier. Manic Trick. I like the blue and electric design. That can also go into D tier here. Mega Manic Trick. I appreciate that they gave it a Mega. Let's see. I'd think if they didn't have Megas on Alpha Sapphire, I don't think. Well, obviously they wouldn't have a lot of Gen 3 Mega evolutions, but I definitely don't think that Manic Trick would have gotten one. Same for Metadite for that matter. Probably C tier though. I do like it as a Pokemon. I like the Mega Manic Trick, so we'll go C tier there. Then Plusle and Minun. Oh, unpin. I don't know what I just did. Okay. All right. Plusle and Minun they're whatever. I enjoyed you could get different ones depending on which game you had, Ruby or Sapphire. But that's about it. Volbeat and I say Illumis. Some people say Illumise or Illumice. I don't know. E tier for them. They're whatever. Roselia, also E tier. Gulpin, some really like Gulpin. Insert joke here. Now we get to Swalot. I've been waiting to get to Swalot. Why have I been waiting to get to Swalot? Because my brothers convinced me that Swalot was a legendary Pokemon, and if I got it to level 100, then I would get a legendary Pokemon evolving from Swalot. So, therefore, yes, a very good troll, you could say. Um, so therefore, it was my first Pokemon that I ever got into level 100, and I did the old school transfer method, moving it from, because I put in a lot of effort. I moved it from uh, Sapphire into Emerald, and then into Diamond, where you could do where you had the DS and you had the game card, and you had to have the Game Boy card also attached, and you could like link it that way. So I got Swallowed into Diamond, and then I got it into Platinum. I think that's the last game transfer I did with Swallow. I don't think I put it into like Black and White after that. Maybe I did, because I think I remember some sort of Pokemon transfer that way, but I don't think I did it. So I think Platinum was the furthest. I took my Sapphire Swalot, but it doesn't deserve S tier. Not S for Swalot, but I enjoy Swalot a lot because of this lore that I have with the Pokemon. So A tier for Swalot, which might be the highest ranking that anyone gives that Pokemon, and that's okay. Okay, Carvanha. Carvanha is a fine E tier, Dark and Water. Don't think much of it other than that, except maybe like the fact that Team Aqua uses Sharpedo, but then that gets into Sharpedo more than Carvanha. Um, so I think in the most Royal Sapphire, I think I had gotten a Sharpedo from that, and I was really excited to get a Carvanha. Sharpedo can be C tier for me. I think it's higher than D tier. Mega Sharpedo looks really cool. Same with Mega Camerupt, I suppose. So Mega Sharpedo can go right with Sharpedo into, I think I put it in C tier. So C tier for Mega Sharpedo. Then we've got Whalmer. It's a whale Pokemon. That's cool. Shouldn't have put it necessarily in the same generation that you put Kyogre, which is a legendary whale. Um, some would say, at least. So for me, Whalmer I think it's higher than E tier, so I'll put it in D tier. I'm getting Caterpie vibes with this Pokemon. I don't know how to explain it. Wailord, one of if not the biggest Pokemon, that can also go into D tier. All right. Numel. Don't think much of Numel. That can go into E tier for me. Camerupt can go into E tier as well. Whatever. Mega Camerupt. Yeah, I just don't like it as much as Sharpedo. It's a fine Mega, but I just don't care as much. You can tell I'm more of a Sapphire guy than a Ruby guy. Okay, as I'm wearing a red shirt with Charizard on it. If you can't see, I don't know if you can see or not. Then you got Torkoal, Fire Turtle. Not much to him. I appreciate Flannery's Torkoal, but that's about it. Spoink, a pig that's psychic, and if he stops bouncing, he dies. Yeah, the Pokedex entry alone deserves D tier. Grumpig, on the other hand, whatever. Spinda, whatever. Trapinch can be D tier for me, not E tier. I don't like that it can keep you there and like make you not escape, but I appreciate Trapinch enough. Vibrava or Vibrava, it's a fine Pokemon. It's whatever. But Flygon, on the other hand, justice for Mega Flygon that doesn't exist. If there was any time, they finally got another chance to make more Megas. You know what Mega they didn't make? Mega Flygon. I know there's been memes about that, but yes, I agree with those memes. Flygon is a super cool Pokemon, Dragon and Ground. I think it deserves A tier. Some would say S tier for Flygon. Does it deserve S tier? Yeah, I do. I do think it deserves S tier. Flygon S tier. Okay. Oh, okay. So then we go into Cacnea. Cacnea can be E tier. Don't really care about it that much. Cacturn I care about a little more. I like the design. Kind of looks like a scarecrow. So Cacturn for me can be D tier. And I like in the when you're facing off against Sydney of the Elite Four and it has a Cacturn. I don't know why. I just enjoy that. Okay. Then we've got Swablu. I like Swablu. Enough to be D tier. Yeah. Altaria. I like Altaria. Um, Dragon Cotton Ball. I thought I agreed that it should be fairy if there's going to be any kind of dragon that should be fairy or oriented. So C tier for Altaria. I think that's good placement for Altaria. And Mega Altaria can be in the same place. I think that's pretty cool. So Mega Altaria can be into C tier. Next we've got Zangoose. Zangoose and Seviper, I appreciate their lore together, and they can go into E tier. I don't care too much. Lunatone and Solrock also E tier for me. Don't I would have liked to use these Pokemon, but no, I feel like no one really ever had them on their team. That's just one of those Pokemon that you have. Obviously the twins had them when you were playing the double battle, gym leader battle. Um, but yeah, Barboach and Whiscash can follow into E tier. Corfish can be in E tier. And then Crawdaunt, I've actually had a nightmare about Crawdaunt, which Bailey remembers for some reason. But yeah, basically this Crawdaunt was coming after me in a nightmare, and I had to like run away from it. And it was like is a Crawdaunt. The Crawdaunt could talk, I believe. So Crawdaunt, I should put it in F tier for that, but it has made its way more in more of an iconic position in my life and in thinking about Pokemon. So Crawdaunt could be D tier, not C tier though. Okay. Baltoy can be E tier. Claydol. Does Claydol deserve D tier? Claydol could be D tier. I like in the later game of Emerald or whatever, you can have a Claydol level 55 that you're catching. I appreciate that. Fossil Pokemon for Gen 3, Lileep and North. Lileep is whatever. Rock and Grass is cool, but I guess I expected more out of Lileep and Cradily. North and Armaldo. I appreciate that Armaldo can be like a slash Pokemon. So actually, Armaldo can go into D tier for me. Feebas, another forgettable Pokemon. Not that Melodic is, but Feebas is a forgettable Pokemon, so I'll actually put it into E tier, not F. But Melodic, most would agree, is a pretty cool Pokemon, so I assume most would agree. Um, and Melodic can go into, ooh, okay, that's C tier right there, and that's B tier. Yeah, Melodic can go to B tier. Um, I think of like Aqua Ring and like Ice Beam with Melodic. Um, so yeah, oh, they have the different forms of Castform. I don't think I'm gonna rank all the different forms of Castform. They can go into the Gigantamax, even though obviously it's not a Gigantamax itself. I guess if I just off the top of my head, I'd put Rain Castform higher than Ice and Fire, Ice and Sun, whatever. But Castform itself, I would put into D tier. Um, I like that it has different forms, but I don't think of it much other than that. So we'll put it into D tier. Okay. Kecleon, how it hides itself is cool, but is it enough to pass E tier? I like maybe. Um, I think it does, and the reason being in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Kecleons are more pronounced. Uh, they make more of a presence, so Kecleon can be into D tier for that reason. Okay, Shuppet and Bannet. Shuppet is E tier for me. Bannet is also E tier. Mega Bannet is cool enough, but I don't think it passes E tier. Yeah, if Sableye is E tier, then I'd say Mega Bannet is E tier as well. Duskull is E tier. Dusclops is E tier. Tropius is E tier. No, yeah, because I really like the bananas. I wanted it to be more. I wanted more from Eutropius. It's just a kind of a weak Pokemon. Okay. Um, Chimicho goes into E tier. No, that goes into F tier because I this Pokemon doesn't do much. So F tier for Chimicho. And then they gave it a Mega, which some people like. In the DLC, I think that's part of the DLC and not just one of the updates. Mega Chimicho, cool that they gave it that, but I don't think much of it. So F tier as well for the Mega Chimicho. Um, then freaking Absol gets two. It, I think that comes in the DLC if I'm not mistaken. The second Mega Absol. I don't think any Pokemon should have two Mega Evolutions. So obviously, I especially think that for Charizard or the industry plant Lucario. Um, Absol is a cool Pokemon. Let's be honest. There's a screensaver that I used to have for Absol on my computer. Um, for me, Absol can be C tier probably. I don't think it passes B tier into B tier. Yeah, C tier for Absol. Mega Absol, I was talking about the Magic Bounce. I would say it can be into C tier as well with Absol. And then I think Mega Absol, actually, I know what I said, but it looks really cool. So I appreciate that. I guess it's, light and dark. Um, Even though it already is like the bringer of darkness somehow. It's a bad omen. So it'll um, be C tier as well. And maybe if I had played the ZA DLC, because I think I do have Mega Absol on my team, um, maybe I would feel differently and put him into B or even A tier. So if that were the case, I apologize for putting you into C tier Mega Absol. No, no, you know what? Bold move. I am putting Mega Absol into B tier because it looks super cool. Okay, because I think that is exactly what I would do. Is I would switch it into the other Mega and have a blast with Mega Absol, who I think is the strongest Pokemon on my team, except maybe Mega Halucha. Okay, why not? We talked about this. Not going to be as high as Wobbuffet, who I believe I put into. No, I didn't put it in D tier. C tier then? Yeah, so why not stay into E tier? Bit of a letdown of a egg that they give you in Sapphire, in my opinion. Okay. Um, then you've got Snowrunt. Whatever to Snowrunt. However, Glalie and Frostlass are going to be higher. Um, I think Glalie deserves D tier probably. No higher than that. Mega Glalie can follow into D tier. Okay. Oh, not Poliwag. There we go. Then we've got Spheal. Yeah, Seal. Now I got Spheal. Um, Spheal can go into each. No, that's too low. D tier for Spheal. And then we've got Celio. Celio can be. Let's make sure. Um, Celio can go into D tier as well, and Walrein can go into C tier for me. I think Walrein is really cool, and it's a Pokemon you get later on in Sapphire, but I usually end up training it up to the high level because I appreciate it. I think it's a cool Pokemon. Clamperl, I like that it has two evolutions into Huntail or Gorbis, but I think it deserves D tier, or E tier, I should say. And then Gorbis is pretty, but I don't think much of it. But Huntail I do think is cooler than that, so I'm gonna put it in D tier. Then we've got Relicanth, which I think is a rare Pokemon. As a kid, I thought it was super rare. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, because I feel like it wasn't that hard to catch the most recent time I was playing something like that. Um, so I'll put it into probably E tier. Love Disc, whatever. Um, then we get into Bagon. Bagon. Who's the pseudo legendary in Gen 3? Is it Salamence? Or is it Metagross? Um, Let me know in the comments below. Um, I feel like they're both the pseudo legendary. Okay. Or is it like, oh, well, it's technically whatever, is last, so it'd be Metagross. I don't know. But, oh crap, where did I put Bagon? Here he is. I like Bagon. Um, I like it, like with its head, and I like that you can catch it, in Mount, I can't remember the name, but the red one in the red place in Gen 3. I can't remember the name of it. Um, but it'll be C tier for me, Bagon. Shelgon, probably one step below that. I don't like it as much as Bagon, but I think it doesn't deserve E tier, so D tier for Shelgon. And then Salamence, which they put Mega Salamence above Salamence here. We are going to put Salamence um, not in C tier, higher than that. So probably let's just see where we're going with this. Definitely higher than C tier. Is it B tier or is it A tier? Probably B tier for Salamence. I think it goes with like a Lapras, but Mega Salamence I actually really really like. I like how cool they made it. I think it lost its legs. Yeah, but I think it's super awesome. It's they have Roaring Moon as well now, but I like Mega Salamence. So I would put Mega Salamence into A tier. I don't think it's S tier, because I just don't think it cracks that ceiling. But A tier for Mega Salamence. Then I've got to, I guess, check my phone because it's going off like crazy. Okay, we are back. We're about to do Bagon. Not Bagon. We just did Bagon. Beldum. Beldum is higher. We are going to put it into probably C tier. I think that's where I put Bagon. So yeah, C tier for Beldum. And then Metang can follow suit into D. It'd be nice if I could like drag it up there. So C tier for Metang. And then Metagross is going to be higher. It's one of my favorite Pokemon. I think I said it was my favorite Gen 3 Pokemon. So, call me basic, I don't know. But Metagross, S tier for me. That's A tier. S tier for Metagross. Then, Mega Metagross. I love Mega Metagross. And I think Steven has a shiny Mega Metagross in Pokemon Journeys, but and I appreciate that, but I do like the original color as well. So shiny Mega, or not shiny, S tier for Mega Metagross as well. All right, Regirock. It's whatever. It's yeah. So now we've probably got a new low for a legendary. Well, I guess Mega Mewtwo X is the low bar. Um, but as a base legendary, Regirock kind of is the worst at E tier. And Regice actually is going to be a bit higher because I like that it learns Zap Cannon, which is I know random, but D tier for Regice, and then Registeel will follow with Regirock into E tier. Um, so now I said the thing about Swalot. Well, my brothers also told me that there are two Pokemon. Because I was playing Sapphire, they're like, here's Latias, some say Latias, and there is a blue version of this Pokemon in Pokemon Ruby, and I'm like, after the Swalot thing, I don't believe you at all. Well, guess what? They were telling the truth. Here's Latios. So it's just silly. Okay. But I like the Psychic and Dragon. I wish they were a little more. I wish Latias was a little more attack oriented. Because I do enjoy it, but for me, Latias probably goes into C tier. Um, yeah, and then Mega Latias is going to follow suit into that territory. C tier. I don't like how you can't really tell them apart once they mega evolve. They're both purple, which makes sense. Red and blue. I understand what they're going for, but yeah, for me, Latios, I like that it is more attack oriented. So Latios will go higher than Latias, and it'll be B tier. Um, I don't think it's A tier, but it's B tier for Latios. And Mega Latios will follow suit, even though I know it looks very much the same. But once again, it's more attack oriented, so I appreciate that. So for me, I mean, look how similar these things look. Come on. But because of that reason, B tier for Mega Latios. Then, and I don't know why, but I like remember flying around in Omega Ruby, and I just really enjoyed that with with Latios for some reason. Okay, Kyogre, one of my favorite legendaries. So Kyogre is going to be up pretty high here. Let's see. At least A tier. I'm debating if it's S tier or not. Yeah, I think it is. Kyogre is S tier. Groudon will not be S tier. Oh wait, we've got the Origin. I think that's what they call it. The Origin Kyogre here, which kind of functions as like a Mega. So I will go ahead and rank them. And I love how strong this Pokemon is. Um, I love Mega. It's not Mega. Whatever. Alpha Kyogre. However you want to say it. Origin Kyogre. Um, but I don't think it's S tier. So I'll put it in B tier actually. Um, I love the. I think they have like a torrential downpour basically with it. It just makes it worse. Same with the Origin Kyogre. Um, Origin Groudon. Groudon is going to be pretty high too. I like that. It's not S tier, but I do like Groudon. I know a lot of people thought it was going to be a fire type, and it's not. But the Origin Groudon, I think it is. So we're gonna go B tier with Groudon, and then Origin Groudon is probably gonna be the same. So it'll be right there with Origin Kyogre. Then, oh, not Claydol. I have no idea where Claydol was. Sorry about wherever Claydol was. It's not going to be exact. I don't think anyone cares. B tier. Then Rayquaza is how I've always said it, but the anime keeps saying Rayquaza, so like Quasar, I guess, like some sort of dragon beam. I like Rayquaza. Anyway, Rayquaza is going to be higher up. I don't. Is it S tier? I like like the shiny black Rayquaza. See when I see with the anime Rayquaza. Um, Whatever. So Rayquaza can be A tier. With Roaring Moon, I guess. And then Mega Rayquaza. Who knows? I'm going back and forth. Um, that might be. See, like, why is this a Mega and the others were Origin? I whatever. I don't think it has a stone either. There's no like Rayquazanite or Rayquazanite, um, Rayquazite, whatever. So for me, I enjoy it quite a bit as well. So that's probably A tier for both of those. Oh, I feel bad. Okay, I think I think this does go to S tier. It it is really good. Um, I do like Rayquaza a huge amount. So S tier. Jirachi, the Wish Pokemon. We will put not into E tier. It deserves higher than that. D tier for you. Deoxys. Normal Deoxys. Oh, we got all the forms. Deoxys can go into. I think because I did something similar with Castform with the forms, like I'd probably say attack is the highest, followed by speed, followed by defense. But I'm not going to put them in separate rankings. But we'll just rank Deoxys as a whole for the different forms here. And I'd put Deoxys high, probably. Does it go into C tier or B tier? Oh, B tier. B tier for Deoxys. Probably not A tier. Okay. Then we've got. Oh, yay! We've made it to Gen 4. Hooray! Let's see. Okay. Turtwig. We are going to move on into the grass starter here. Turtwig is a cute Pokemon and makes Bailey's list of her team. But for me, Turtwig, um, okay, I like Turtwig himself, and I guess I wanted more. I don't like Grotle or Torterra as much, but Turtwig itself can be C tier. Along with Ivysaur, yeah, I think that's about where I'd put Turtwig. Um, Grotle, I wanted more from F tier. Torterra is grass and ground. I like the design. It can go to E tier. Um, Chimchar, love Chimchar. Um, Chimchar is going to be pretty high. Let's move him up here. I feel like later on in the video it's just going to be me scrolling for like 5 seconds trying to get up to the higher tiers. Um, Probably A tier for Chimchar. I don't think it cracks into S tier. Where's yeah, Torchic's here. Yeah, I think Chimchar goes right here into A tier. Then we've got Monferno and Infernape, and okay, so nerd moment, not as if that's not exactly what I'm doing, being a nerd ranking all the Pokemon, but Monferno I had as a Pokemon as I would ride my bike around the neighborhood and I would just simulate battle scenarios and journeys in my head. Um, and Monferno was like my Pokemon that I had as my main starter along with Staravia. And so I think that can also go into A tier, and then Infernape as well. And I really like Infernape as well in Pokemon Conquest with the fire. I think it's Fire Spin. Um, uh, yeah, Fire Spin with Hideyoshi's Infernape, and I like that move quite a bit. So we are going to go into A tier for Infernape as well. Does it cross? Does Infernape cross into S tier? Do I like it as much as Blaziken? I don't think so. Although I do really like it, I don't think it crosses that much. Okay. Then we've got Piplup here. Piplup. as me and Alan used to spit at each other. Piplup! And I like Dawn's Piplup, so Piplup's going to be pretty high. Sorry, Turtwig, passing you. A tier for Piplup. Prinplup, don't like Prinplup as much. Um, so Prinplup probably goes into D tier. I like it more than Torterra. But then Empoleon, I don't like how it's water and steel, but I really like its design. Does that make sense? Or I like that it's water and steel. I should say, but I don't like how it like combat wise how that works. Like if it gets hit by a fire move, it's normal. Um, so Empoleon for me is higher than Prinplup. It's probably C tier for me. Okay, then we get into Starly. Love Starly. Um, Starly's going to be decently high on here. Probably C tier, maybe even B tier. Um, yeah, Starly can go into B tier. Staravia can also be in B tier, and then I think Staraptor will be higher than that. So Staravia also B tier, and then Staraptor is one of the coolest flying type Pokemon, um, and I think it's my favorite bird Pokemon. So that is probably going to be at least A tier for me, maybe even S tier for Staraptor. I think Staraptor goes into S tier. I love that it learns close combat. That's super cool. So Staraptor S tier, and the fact that they gave it a Mega is really awesome. I think they only did this in the DLC if I'm not mistaken. So I haven't been able to see the Mega Staraptor. Um, so then Mega Staraptor is going to be. Oh no, that was Alan if you could see it. Um, so then um, Megastaraptor probably it's gonna stay at B tier with the other Starly forms. Okay, and then we got Bidoof. Someone say Bidoof. Um, Bidoof I'm gonna put into D tier. I think it's cute, so it gets a rank up from E tier because of that. Bibarel, they're going through the HM slave thing, and at least they made this one water type so that you can put surf on this Pokemon. D tier. Kricketot can be E tier for me. Kricketune has a legendary tune, um, and I think it deserves higher than E tier for that reason, so it'll be D tier as well for Kricketune. Okay, Shinx. Bailey loves Shinx. It's also on her team. So Shinx is going to be higher. Probably C tier for Shinx. Yeah. Okay. Then Luxio is going to go into probably C tier as well. No, it's not as good as Shinx. D tier. But I'll put Luxray. Luxray does deserve C tier. Maybe even B tier. I'll have to look. Okay. So here it is in C tier. Let's see. Do I like it higher than everything else that I've put into C tier? The Sneasels are in here. Skarmory. B tier is the rest of these. Luxray. Nah, Luxray can go into C. Oh, it's definitely higher than Ivysaur, I would say, but is it higher than like Alolan Sandshrew? I don't think so. All right, C tier for Luxray. Badoo, whatever. Roserade, cool. Higher than D tier or higher than E tier, but just enough for D tier, I'd say. Cranidos, I'm going to put into E tier. And then Rampardos, I like that it has like the highest attack stat. It's just a funny thing. So that can go into. He's cool, so I'm gonna give it C tier actually, not D tier. Shieldon, whatever. Bastiodon, didn't care as much as Rampardos. So that is what I would do there. And then we've got the different Burmy forms. We're just going to go with the grass forms. Same for Wormadam. Okay, so Burmy we are going to put into E tier. Wormadam also E tier, and Mothim don't care as much. Actually, Wormadam F tier because I hate this one. I could never figure out the typing. I think it's Steel, but I could as a child just could never figure out the typing of it. Mothim can be E tier though. Okay, Combi is cool. It's cute. Cool little thing that only females can evolve into. Vespiquen. I really liked Vespiquen. Bailey does not like Vespiquen. But I liked Attack Order and Defense Order, so probably C tier for Vespiquen. Let's see. Yeah. C tier for Vespiquen. Then we've got Pachirisu. Don't care. E tier. No, I wanted more for Pachirisu. F tier. Buizel. E tier. Is not what Buizel is. Buizel is going to keep moving up. Buizel is a cool Pokemon and should be into C tier. C for cool. Floatzel, I don't care as much. Yeah, E tier for Floatzel. Cherubi and Cherim. I'm just going to put you into E tier. There's the Cherim form, so I'm just going to put it there. And Cherim can follow into E tier. Then we've got the different Shelloses, male and female. We're just going to put the females here. Oh wait, this isn't male and female. This is EC versus West C. I believe this is the West C and this is the EC, but we're just going to go with the EC here. So I'll just put you into E tier because I don't care about Shellos and Gastrodon that much. Clearly, since I had to rethink that. Ambipom, I would put Ambipom into E tier probably. I don't like it as much as Apom. Drifloon, crazy lore with Drifloon about taking children's away to their deaths. It's kind of scary Pokemon. I think I made a scary Pokemon list one time for a PowerPoint night, and I put Drifloon on there, and people were like, "What? Drifloon does what?" So, C tier for Drifloon. Drifblim on the other. Now I like Drifblim too. I like how it can learn fire moves. So it's not C tier, but it is D tier. D for Drifloon. Okay, then we've got Baneri. For Baneri, you've got all the people that are weird about different Pokemon. It's the reason I put Vaporeon in F tier. But I like Baneri, so it can be an E tier. I like how Dawn's Baneri learns Ice Beam. That's pretty cool. Lopunny can also be E tier. Megalopunny, I like how it's a fighting type, so that can make Lopunny for me go into D tier. Then we've got Mismagius. Whatever to Mismagius. E tier. Where did I put Misdreavus? Yeah, F tier. Mismagius can at least be E tier. Honchkrow, I said I liked it more than Murkrow, and I meant it. So I think Murkrow I put into E tier. Yeah, here it is. And Honchkrow I'm going to put into C tier. Okay. Next we've got Glameow. Whatever. I don't like how it evolves into Purugly. Purugly is actually a disappointment. F. F tier for... And then, why did we need another evolution for Chimicho? Into Chingling. F minus for Chingling. Stunky. You wouldn't even know that they're related if you didn't try to evolve it. Whatever. Okay, Stunky. I like that they made a skunk Pokemon, but other than that, I don't really care for it that much. So, E tier for Stunky. Skuntank, I think is what they, yeah. Skuntank, It's cool that one of the admins of Team Galactic has as their main Pokemon, but I don't like the Aftermath ability. I was about to put it in D tier, but I don't like the Aftermath ability. I know Drifloon has it too. Drifblim has it too, but I really don't like it on Skuntank. It's annoying when you're trying to kill these things. Okay, Bronzor is E tier, whatever. Bronzong, same thing. Bonsai is going to be D tier. I already know. Sudowoodo. Where did I put Sudowoodo? It actually should be. Okay, yeah, E tier. So Sudowoodo is D tier. I mean, Bonsai is D tier. I like Brock's Bonsai. Okay, Mime Jr. We got some more babies. We did the Bonsai. I like these babies a bit more. I like James Mime Jr. in Team Rocket, so he should be higher than E tier, but I think D tier is as far as it goes. Then Happini, whatever. And I don't like the name. F tier. It goes with the other babies in F tier. Okay. Chatot. I like that you could like speak into the DS and make it sing back at you, but I don't think much more of it than that. I wish it was more combat relevant in some way, so we'll put it in D tier. Cool little feature for it. Spiritomb, Ghost and Dark, I believe. So that was a cool typing, and I think very rare Pokemon. So for me, Spiritomb can be into C tier. Then you've got Gibble. I would put Gibble into probably D tier. I like that like in the anime when he's like biting Ash's head. So then we've got Gabite, and Gabite can be an E tier, whatever, to Gabite. Garchomp, once again with the two megas. But I think they were trying to make it right because Garchomp is speedier than Mega Garchomp, so they gave you Mega Garchomp Z to try and right that wrong. So that one I at least understand if you're going to do two megas to do that. A lot of people, their favorite Pokemon is Garchomp. Not the case for me, but I do like Garchomp. I like it in Legends Arceus when there's like, oh my gosh, it's a level 60 or 70 Garchomp that you can just catch and you're like scared of it as you're trying to walk by. Probably C tier for me. It's not as high as Salamence. Then we've got Mega Garchomp, and I don't like it for that reason of the speed. Mega Garchomp Z, they fixed that, so it can be higher. Bring me your higher love. I don't know why that entered my head. Goes into C tier with it. Then we've got Munchlax. Munchlax is a fine Pokemon. It doesn't deserve F tier, that's for sure, but it's not as good as Snorlax to me, so it'll go into D tier. Then we've got Riolu. I think that counts as baby Pokemon, but yeah, I like Riolu. It's not as much of an industry plant as Lucario is. So probably D tier for Riolu. Then we've got Lucario. And there's much to think about with Lucario. So here's Lucario, Mega Lucario, and Mega Lucario Z. I don't know what the stats are on this Mega Lucario Z, but I am annoyed that there are two of them. Okay. Although I am kind of hyped that if it hasn't already happened in the anime, because I'm not completely caught up, that Roy's Lucario is probably going to have Lucario Z. Shiny Lucario Z at that. So Lucario. Let's see, where's my Lucario? It's over here. I guess I could have done this with all the Pokemon that are here, but here's Lucario. Um, let's see. He is an industry plant, however, I do like him to an extent, clearly. Um, I enjoyed training him because my friend Ralph said that I would suck as Lucario, so I tried to prove him wrong and got better in the process. Um, but where does he rank? Probably not C tier. He's higher than that. I don't think he's A tier necessarily. I do like him in fighting in steel. Um, is he A tier? I don't know. Was Lucario A tier? I would say Lucario probably is A tier. Um, Jeez, what did I do to this thing? Okay, but then Mega Lucario is going to be lower. So still higher because I do like Mega Lucario. It's just not as high. So probably either C tier or B tier for Mega Lucario. Probably B tier. And then Lucario Z. Mega Lucario Z is going to go into. It'll be lower, but it also doesn't deserve E tier. Because I do still think it's cool. Probably D tier for Mega Lucario Z. So put that right with Riolu. Oh my gosh. Okay. Then we've got Hippopotas. Hippopotas? Whatever. Hippopotas, we'll put an E tier. Hippowdon. See, now why is there no two forms of Hippowdon? Whatever. Hippowdon can also be E tier. No, Hippowdon deserves D tier. Come on. Hippowdon, D tier. Then we've got Skorupi. Skorupi's E tier. Drapion is higher. I think Drapion's pretty cool. So we'll put Drapion higher than that. Oh my gosh. Probably C tier for Drapion. That's where I put Garchomp. Yeah. That's where I'd put Drapion. Okay. Krogunk. I like Krogunk in the anime, how he's like always on Brock to make sure he's not flirting with the ladies too much. Toxicroak is cool, but it's not enough to make a dent for me with the Krogunk. So probably D tier for Toxicroak and E tier for Krogunk. Carnivine, these things are just annoying. F tier for me. Finian is one of those forgettable fish. E tier for me. No, F tier. It's not. They're just forgettable. F for forgettable for Finian and Laminion. Mantike is fine. E tier, whatever. Snover and Abomasnow, or as Alan would say, Old Man Snow. Snover, Grass and Ice is a cool typing. I would put these at D tier. Abomasnow, I like that it learns Avalanche. That's pretty cool. Let's see. Probably C tier for Abomasnow. Yeah, with Drapion, that makes sense. Mega Abomasnow will go right with it into C tier. Once I make my way there, right? Weavile. For Weavile, I'm going to put Weavile higher, of course. Probably with Sneasel. I believe I put Sneasel in C tier, so we'll probably put Weavile in that same category into C tier. Yep. Magnezone. Now we got all the evolutions here. I'm just going to go ahead and put all the Rotoms in here. Rotom. There we go. Okay. So Magnezone is fine. It deserves a D tier, I think. I think that's where I put the other like Magnemite and stuff, but it might be higher than that. Let's see. Where did I put Magnemite? Maybe I put it in E tier. I can't find them. Where is Magnemite? Oh my gosh. Don't tell me it's an F tier. It is not an F tier. Where the heck? Why could I not see them? This is bothering me. I know it's probably just staring at me in the face. There's no way I have them this high, right? Where's Magnemite? Oh my gosh. There we go. That's why. They're on the ends. I was looking for them together. Okay. So I put Magnemite and Magneton in E tier. Magnezone can go in D tier. That's fine with me. Licky Licky can go into D tier for me. Or sorry, E tier. It's whatever. Um, Rhyperior is a cool Pokemon. I like it in Legends Arceus, how strong it is, similar to Garchomp in a way. So I also like it in Pokemon Conquest with Shinjin. So C tier for me for Rhyperior. Tangrowth, whatever it is, Pokemon. I put Tangela in F tier. We'll put Tangrowth in E tier. Laughing at myself. Electivire, I like in the anime with I think it's Paul's Electivire. How strong Electivire is there. So that'll go into C tier. I like the motor drive ability as well. So I'd say C tier. I go into B tier for Electivire. Um, nah, C tier's fine. Magmortar not as cool. E tier for Magmortar. Togekiss. I like Togekiss. Um, it'll definitely be higher than Togetic. So Togekiss is probably gonna go with Togepi, but I don't know. Togepi is like what B tier. I just think that's a little too high for Togekiss. Yeah, Togepi is B tier. I'll put Togekiss in C tier. Apparently, that's where I think a lot of the new Sinnoh evolutions should go. I do enjoy them. Um, Yanmega is cool enough. Does it go into E tier with Yanma? I assume I put Yanma. I think I put Yanma a little bit higher than E tier. So probably D tier for Yanmega. Yeah, I put Yanma D tier. I put Yanmega with it in D tier. Leafeon and Glaceon. So Leafeon can go into. Well, it's one of my favorites, EV evolutions. Okay. We just keep on moving. Leafeon is probably B tier. Eevee is B tier. And no, none of the other Eevee evolutions made it this high. I would say B tier is where I'd put Leafeon. Yeah. Maybe A tier. No, we're going with B tier. And then Glaceon actually can join him in B tier. I like Glaceon a lot as well. All right, we'll go into B tier for Glaceon. Then Gliscor. Gliscor we're going to put into not E tier. That's excessive. Like I said, I really like the move pool for Gliscor, so it'll probably be C tier for me for Gliscor. And I believe Ash has a Gliscor as well. Mamoswine. I've already said my piece about Mamoswine, so I'll just put it where it should go, which I think is C tier, higher than Swinub and Piloswine. Maybe even B tier. B tier for Mamoswine. That's how much I like that Pokemon, even though I know ground and ice. It's terrible typing. Whatever. Porygon Z, it is not F minus, but it is F. Can you tell I don't like the no? Yeah. Can you tell I don't like that line? It's not that I don't think the Pokemon deserves to exist. It's just that I want more from it. Glade is pretty cool. I like the Dawnstone evolution for it. It's not S tier. I'm not saying that. I do like the Psycho Cut. I like Justified as an ability because it makes sense that you would try to hit it with a Dark type move. A lot of Pokemon, I think, that have the ability Justified, you wouldn't expect a Dark type move to necessarily hit it, whereas you would try with this, even though it is a part fighting. So, A tier for Glade. And I'd probably put Mega Glade right there with it. Looks like such a valiant soldier. Okay. Probopass. Whatever. Um, I do like that it learns electric moves. Fine. So that'll take it out of F tier because I just don't like the way it looks. Dusknoir or Dusknoir, whatever. E tier. Frostlass. Just got a mega Frostlass. Frostlass is cool. We'll probably put it into C tier because I do like it more than Glalie. Glalie's D tier. So Frostlass C tier, Mega Frostlass. That's interesting. Um, um, in Pokemon Conquest, I think Ava has a Frostlass, and this Mega Frostlass kind of looks like Ava. So I wonder if that was an inspiration at all. I will add it into C tier for the Mega Frostlass, along with Frostlass. Okay, then we've got Rotom. Rotom has been used in like everything since, for like Rotom phones, etc. The Rotom Pokedex. It deserves at least D tier. Electric and Ghost is cool typing, but I don't. I wish it was a little more usable. I know some use it, especially like in the different forms or whatever, but that's where I'd put Rotom. Uxie, I would put into F tier. I no, yeah. I wish it was a little stronger than it is. Mesprit, I don't like how I have to chase it. Um, and then Azelf is also they're so hard to catch for Pokemon that aren't very good. So F tier for the this trio. Dialga. I was saying origin form, that I was probably thinking of Dialga and Palkia. I don't know what they call the Kyogre and Groudon actually. So, um, but I do enjoy these Pokemon not only for Diamond and Pearl, but also because of the TCG. I enjoyed playing with them in at that time, like when they were big, along with Arceus. Um, so I would say that. Oh, and I have a Steel deck. That's because Aegislash is my favorite Pokemon. So having Dialga with that is pretty cool. So Dialga is pretty high on my list. A tier for me for Dialga. And like I said, I like the idea of time. So Roar of Time, pretty cool. Um, the origin form Dialga is going to go along right with it into A tier. I don't think it crosses S tier, even though it does look really cool. Palkia, love the water. Love the water dragon typing. I know Kingdra wasn't that high up, but I do like the legendary water dragon typing, I guess I should say. So Palkia is going to be pretty high up here as well. Um, it's probably A tier as well. And then, oh, that's really high. Is that how I feel? Palkia is also A tier. Yeah, that is how I feel. But the origin form Palkia looks kind of weird. So to me, origin form Palkia is going to be lower into, but it's still a cool water dragon type. So it will put us in C tier. Heatran. Is this a Mega Heatran? Okay, that might be one I didn't know existed from the DLC. So Heatran is going to go into E tier. Oh, it's whatever. Mega Heatran I didn't know existed, so I'll just go along right with Heatran. Regigigas. Someone made a song about Regigigas, and I think it's hilarious. It's like my favorite Pokemon is it's like to the rendition of "Wouldn't It Be Nice" by the Beach Boys, um, and I had that song in my head for quite some time. Um, Regigigas, because of that song, honestly, gets its all the way to the C tier. I hate the slow start of Regigigas, but yeah, for me, that's where I'd put it. Okay, then we've got Giratina, and it's Ghost and Dragon. Together are my two favorite types. However, I want more than what Giratina offers. But in the actual like platinum version, where it looks like this, I like it a little more. It's a little more scary. Has a Ghost and Dragon type, so I will put it higher than that. It will go into D tier for me. I know, much different than the Dialga and Palkia, but that's how I feel. Okay, Cresselia is supposed to represent dreams, and I do study dreams. However, I just don't like Cresselia that much. I love Darkrai. Darkrai is one of my favorite Pokemon, but um, Cresselia is just kind of meh. So it actually goes into E tier for me. Um, Fion is whatever. I I don't like that you can only get it with an egg, so it actually goes into F tier for me. Manaphy is cool with like the Pokemon Ranger aspect with it, so that'll at least make it E tier. Uh, D tier, nah, E tier. I don't care about it that much. Okay, Darkrai itself, S tier Pokemon. Love Nightmare, like the Nightmare aspect of it. I loved playing Pokemon. I think it's Battle. Oh yeah, Pokemon Battle Revolution on the Wii. I was looking at it, and I loved exporting Darkrai from Platinum into that game, and just using Dark Void to make the Pokemon fall asleep, and then sapping them of their health since they're asleep with probably Dream Eater. So S tier for Darkrai. Mega Darkrai, on the other hand, I know is like from the DLC, and it's just basically an eyeball, and they could have done so much better with a Mega Darkrai, in my opinion. F minus for Mega Darkrai. So that has got to be the biggest differentiation between S tier for Darkrai and F minus for Mega Darkrai. That'll be the biggest distinction. Okay, then we've got Shaman. And I think am going to include Shaman and Shaman Sky, because I think they're too distinct enough. So Shaman can go into C tier for me because I do enjoy like how you got the event to get Shaman. And then Shaman Sky is cool enough in the movie that they had for him. Not Mantike. Shaman Sky, but and yet I think I'll put them together into C tier actually. So nothing changed. Arceus or Arceus has come up quite a bit on my list with Legends Arceus, um, and the TCG to go along with it. I mean, I enjoy the God Pokemon. Um, so and I like how he can be different types. So it'll actually make its way into A for Arceus. A for Arceus. Yeah. Okay. We have made it through Gen 4. Let's see. Still so many Pokemon to go. But Gen 5 is the biggest. And then after that, Gen 6, 7, 8, and 9 aren't as much. So, okay. 343 now. I believe, I don't remember when I started this again. Maybe like, geez, it was at 2 or even 130. My goodness. Sorry for how long this video ends up being, and if you watch all the way through, what's wrong with you? No. Thanks for watching. Okay, Victini. I assume people would just have this on in the background if they are watching it. Victini, Psychic and Fire. It deserves to be D tier, but I don't know the way to get Victini. I don't remember, except through the card method, like you get it from GameStop or whatever. Snivy, I really like Snivy. Snivy can be higher up on the list here into probably it's at least C tier, probably B tier or A tier. Um, I like it. I like it more than Chikorita. So A tier for Snivy, along with Trico and Bulbasaur. Okay. Oh no. Okay. Servine is whatever. Superior. I like Superior. And it can have the hidden ability of Contrary, so it has Leaf Storm, and then it gets higher and higher as you go. So for me, Superior is going to be A tier as well. Then, Tepig. Tepig is a cool Pokemon. Some people hate on Tepig. Not me. Um, I like the different look of it as a Pokemon. I like like in the anime when they had the intro with Tepig in there. I thought that was pretty cool, actually. Um, so for me, Tepig is going to be C tier. Um, that should go into B tier? No, C tier's fine. Um, Pignite, Pignite's whatever. E tier. Embor is going to be. Oh yeah, that's Servine from the anime. Servine. Um, just for that, Servine goes into D tier. It cracks me up. Okay. Embor is it's whatever. It's another fire and fighting, which I know everyone was kind of upset about. Uh, D tier for Embor. Mega Embor, cool like samurai sorcerer guy. Um, I liked that they were trying something, so he will go into C tier for me. But Tepic. Oshawott is annoying in the anime. Not as annoying as Chespin is, but I like him in the game, but in the anime he was annoying. So therefore, to me, E tier. That it balances all out. He doesn't make F tier because I do like him in the game. But then you got Duat. Duat's cool enough. Someone has a figure of Duat. D tier. Samurott is cool. I like how he gets his thing out. His people. The Razor Shell. Samurott's going to be higher. Samurott is going to be. Is it C tier or B tier? C tier for Samurott. Hisuian Samurott The dark, the ceaseless edge move is cool. Um, I'm gonna probably put it into D tier as well with Dubot. Patrat. Patrat is going to be E tier. It's whatever. Watchog, same thing. Um, I really don't like Watchog. F tier for Watchog. All right. Lillipup is here in E tier. Herdier is here. Stoutland. I like how Stoutland learns Surf. So Stoutland can be a bit higher. And then I like how you can ride on it in another game. So D tier for Stoutland. Okay. Purloin is going to be E tier. Because it's whatever. Liepard, same thing. Pansage. Okay. I like Pansage. I don't like Silent in the anime, but I like Pansage. It's his partner Pokemon, so D tier for Pansage. Simisage also looks really cool. I like this line more than the water and fire. So Simisage actually will make its way into C tier for me. The others, not as much. Pansear is going to be here in E tier. Same with Simisage. I expected more from evolution of Pansage. I mean, Simisear, Pansear. Panpour, also going to be in E tier. Simipour, same thing. Alright, Munna, another dream Pokemon. I just don't care about it that much. E tier, and then Musharna can be E tier as well. Just looks weird. Pidove. Pidove we're going to put into D tier probably. Yeah, it's more than E tier. So, same with Tranquil. Where did I put it? Where did Tranquil go? Here it is. Da, da, da. I lost it again. Tranquil, where did you go? There it is. Jeez. Hard to find Pokemon, huh? Okay. And Unvezant, I'm going to use the male version. Can be into D tier. Nah. C tier? C tier for Unvezant. Good for you, Unvezant. Alright. Female version can just go in here. I chose it because I think the male version looks cooler. Blitzel, Zebra Pokemon. Zebra can go into C tier. Oh, goodness. Zebstrika can also go into C tier. Couldn't you see like a Mega Zebstrika that's just like all the lines? Next, Rock'n'Rolla. Whatever. E tier. Boldor. I like that Ash had a Boldor. Gigalith is cool enough. I just don't care for it that much, to be honest. Woobat is whatever. Swoobat is just a terrible name for a Pokemon. You're going from Woobat to Swoobat. Because it swoops down? Meh. Does it? Who has a Swoobat? No one. No one. Everyone has a favorite Pokemon, but Swoobat? I don't know. Drillbur is also E tier. Excadrill. I like Excadrill. And I'm glad that they gave it a Mega. I have Mega Excadrill on my team in Legend ZA. I thought Excadrill was really cool. So we are going to put Excadrill into B tier. And Mega Excadrill will follow. Some people don't like it, but I don't care. I do. I'll make it there eventually. Like I said, it's getting piled up here. Alright, B tier for Mega Excadrill. Audino is fine. E tier. Mega Audino. Y. F tier. Timber is a cool name for a Pokemon because it's holding Timber, and you would say Timber. Girder is also it's not as good as Timber. E tier. Conkeldurr. Someone pointed out to me recently, Toa, that Conkeldurr is really good in Pokemon Conquest, and I agree, and I think that's cool. So D tier for Conkeldurr. Tympole is whatever. Watch this. Okay, so Palpitoad is not whatever. I like in the anime how Ash has a Palpitoad, and how he's like hitting people with Mudshot. So Palpitoad can get into C tier for me. And then when I did my first playthrough of Black or White, I can't remember which, Seismitoad ended up being my MVP. So Seismitoad is going to be higher than Palpitoad. Into B tier, which is probably, yeah, right there with Swampert. Makes sense. Water and ground. All right. Actually, what is it at? B tier? Does Seismitoad make A tier? Seismitoad makes A tier. I like it quite a bit. I love the hyper voice with it as it's a frog. E tier for throw and E tier for suck. Swaddle, whatever. Swadloon, whatever. Leavanny is fine enough. It deserves higher than E tier, but just D tier. Okay. Venipede, meh. Whirlipede, meh. Scolipede. There's been more memes of Scolipede recently, but I don't really care about it that much. I was happy that they made a Mega for Scolipede. It looks cool. It's like a knight. So that can get you into D tier for me, but not higher than that. Just not as big of a fan of it. So D tier for Mega Scolipede. And we've got Cottony, which is whatever. Whimsicott, on the other hand, is a very fast Pokemon and is good for speed teams, tailwind teams, etc. So Whimsicott is going to be at C for Cotton. Then you've got Petalil. Lilligant's whatever. I'm glad that they did something with it, though, and made a Hisuian Lilligant. The grass and fighting is really cool. So Petalil is fine, whatever, at E tier. Lilligant is whatever at E tier. But then you go into Hisuian Lilligant, and to me, I really like Hisuian Lilligant. So that is going to go up into, I believe, C tier would be where I'd put this. Oh, right next to Whimsicott. All right. Basculin, the red one is the more iconic one. Not the white striped one either. So with Basculin, one of those forgettable Pokemon. I know Basculegion isn't necessarily forgettable when it's like fighting for its whole dead family or whatever. But Basculin on its own, E tier. Just forgettable. Sandile, we're going to put into... Oh, and they always are coming at you. Sandile is going to be higher than E tier, but just enough to be D tier. Then you've got Krokorok. And I love in the anime with the sunglasses for Krokorok and eventually Crocodile. So Krokorok is going to be higher than D tier. Probably C tier or even B tier. Let's Let's see, right now it's at C tier. Does it deserve B tier? No. Okay, Krokorok is at C tier. Crocodile is going to be A tier. I believe it's ground in dark. And I think it's, I love Crocodile. Really cool. So Crocodile goes into A tier. Yeah, with Seismitoad, that makes sense. Darumaka, we are going to put into E tier. It's whatever. A Galarian Darumaka is cool that they came up with something, but I just don't think of Galarian Darumaka. Galarian Darmanitan is another thing, but Darumaka itself, just right there. And then we got Darmanitan, and that'll go into here. Zen mode is, we'll just leave it with it into different form here. What is this? Is this... Oh, is that like Galarian Darmanitan Zen mode? Alright, I'm just going to put it here. I don't think I've ever seen that, actually. At least while I was playing. Galarian Darmanitan is a cool, like, snow Pokemon, so to me, it at least goes up one more into D tier. Okay. Maractus, whatever. Not F tier, E tier. Dwebble and Crustle are cool in the anime, so to me, they can at least get it into D tier. Didn't think the anime would be playing that much of a role in my rankings here, but here we are. Crustle. Then Scraggy, also in the anime. He tries to pull up his pants all the time. I don't ever think he evolves into Scrafty in the anime. Scrafty is E tier for me. Scrafty will follow along with Scraggy into E tier. Mega Scrafty. What are you wearing pajamas? What are you doing? So I just whatever. E tier for Mega Scrafty. I like that they came up with a Mega. I'm not. Let me be clear, but just not for me. Sigilif is an F Pokemon. What is it doing? It's psychic flying, but it's not doing anything. Like I think I previously said that. Okay. Yamask. Yamask. That's how they say it in the anime. Is whatever. Galarian Yamask, same thing. I didn't know what they were going to be doing with it. Then we've got Cofagrigus, and it's like, what? Whatever to that. Tortuga, I did like this Pokemon. It's a cool fossil that they did here. Tortuga can be D tier for me. Then Caracosta will be one step above that, actually, into C tier, because I really like this Pokemon. Okay. Then Archen and Archeops I feel differently about. Archen is whatever into E tier, but Archeops with the how it makes it weak or whatever, that annoys me to no end. So F minus. Trubbish, the trash Pokemon, can be into D tier. It eats trash. It likes trash. That's fine by me. E tier. No, D tier. Garbodor is kind of gross. I'm going to put Garbodor into E tier. It's not D tier. That's a Gigantamax form. Zorua. I am going to put Zorua. Another industry plant, by the way, but that doesn't mean we don't like it. Zorua is going to be pretty high up here. Let's see. B tier? B tier for Zorua. Hisuian Zorua is cool in that it's a normal and ghost type, and I really like the design of it. I have a what do you call it, a turtleneck sweater that has Hisuian Zorua as like the main design on it. So that's I get compliments on it. It's pretty cool. It's from the Pokemon Center website. Sorry, Nidorina. So Hisuian Zorua can go higher as well. I like the design. To B tier, Zoroark. It's just as cool. So that'll go into B tier as well. Yeah, it doesn't deserve A tier for me. And I like how it learns a fire move. I think it's Flamethrower. So I like that as well. And of course the illusion aspect. Hisuian Zoroark, not as much. I mean, it's still cool, but I don't know. It just doesn't, for some reason, doesn't hit the same way as the others do for me. So it will be D tier. Minchino. I like it. Like tries to clean everything. So, but it's not enough to make it higher than E tier. Same for Chinchino. I think it's a Sunstone you evolve that with. Gothita. It's whatever. Gotharita. And Gothitelle. I like Gothitelle's future sight, but that's about it. I don't know. No other thoughts than that. Solosis is E tier, kind of a forgettable Pokemon. Duosion. And then Runiclus. All E tier. They're whatever. Ducklet. In the anime, they have a whole episode where the Ducklets are annoying everyone. Ducklet! Just another duck Pokemon. And I mean, it was cool that you're like, oh man, shiny Psyduck is blue. What if we had another blue duck? Here's another blue duck. So, I think Ducklet goes into D tier. Yeah, I don't think he deserves C tier. Swanna can follow him into D tier. It's not E tier, and it's not C tier. So, that is where I would put Swanna. Ah, there we go. Not how I thought I'd be spending my entire day, but here we are. Vanillite. A lot of people don't like this Pokemon because it's an ice cream. I don't really care that much, so it's just an E tier for me. Same with Vanillish and Vanillux. All the different Deerling forms. We'll just go one by one here. Just go with the Autumn form, I guess, as the one we're putting down. Okay. Deerling is fine in E tier. Sawsbuck, just fine. I like the Hornleech. It's a cool thing for it, but nah. Emolga annoys me, and I'll tell you why. Emolga annoys me because in the anime, I don't like that it's like it does it so frequently, and it bothers me. Then in Pokemon Conquest, its move is Volt Switch, and I don't like that it moves back because it usually affects things. So F tier for Emolga. Okay, then Carablast. I'm going to put you in E tier. Escavalier, we are going to put you higher because you're pretty cool. They say Gen 5 has the best bug-type Pokemon. I don't know if that... it's somewhat true, but my tier list would indicate that it's not all of them. So I'd probably say C tier for Escavalier. Then Fungus is a mushroom with a Pokeball. E tier, Amoonguss. There's Broop on it. I don't really care about Amoonguss, especially on Team Rocket. It's just whatever. Okay. Then we've got Frillish, different Frillishes. I think the pink one is more iconic. So we'll go Frillish here for into E tier. I like the Water Ghost. That's a cool typing, but I don't really care that much about Frillish or Jellicent. Okay. Alomomola, a very forgettable Pokemon to the point where it's an F tier to me. It's really forgettable, despite its name, Alomomola. Okay. Um, then we've got, let's see, my computer's fully charged. Just taking that off. Okay. Then we've got Joltik, another spider. Electric spider. E tier for me. Galvantula, pretty much the same. A lot of people like Galvantula. Whatever. Not me. Okay. Then we've got Ferroseed and Ferrothorn. Ferroseed can be E tier, but Ferrothorn is a really good set of Pokemon and competitive Pokemon. So to me, Ferrothorn can make its way into C tier. Okay. Then we've got Clink, Clank, and Cling Clank. In my Steel TCG deck, I have these Pokemon in it, so that makes me like them a little bit more probably. So that in itself has probably put them into D tier, but no higher than that. I wish I could like control and like take multiple Pokemon at once with one click, you know. Okay, there and Kling Klang, same thing. Right. Then we've got Dynamo. We've got a Mega Electros here, which I thought was a cool addition. Um, so Dynamo, we'll probably put an E tier. It's whatever. Electric is fine. It's whatever as well. But then Electros, I enjoy the levitate ability. That's pretty cool. So that for me will make its way into D tier. And then I just find the Mega Electros a respectable pick. But I wouldn't put it any higher than Electros itself. So I would go into D tier as well. Okay. Then we've got LGM. It's whatever. E. Then BM is apparently trying to take over the world, according to the anime. Um, to me, it's whatever. E tier. Litwick. Litwick's cool. I think it, like, as you have Litwick, it slowly drains your life force or something in order to keep the flame going. So that's quite the the thing for it. But to me, Litwick can go into D tier, no higher than that. Lampent, same thing, can go into D tier. It's higher than E tier. Although I kind of forget about it when I'm trying to name all the Pokemon. Chandelure, cool that they added a Mega Chandelure. Ghost and Fire, as I've kind of said, so make this even smaller, hopefully make it go faster. Um, yeah, so Chandelure can go into C tier for me, not D tier. Mega Chandelure can follow suit. Okay. Then we've got Axew. Bailey loves Axew. Axew for me. I like it in the anime as well with Iris, and it doesn't annoy me like Emolga. So for me, it deserves higher than D tier. It's either C tier or B tier. Probably C tier for me for Axew. I do like it more than Fracture and Haxorus, so I don't know. Fracture's probably a D tier, and then Haxorus is also a D tier. I don't like the coloring on Haxorus. Should be like the same color as the others. I don't like the yellowish. So, D tier for Haxorus. I could have seen a Mega for Haxorus as well. Cubchoo's a cute Pokemon. Bailey likes Cubchoo. Probably D tier. Not more than that for me. Yeah, it's whatever. Then we've got, oh, sorry. Then we've got Beartic. Beartic is going to be, let's see. Right there with Cubchoo. D tier. D tier is a little low. I'm actually going to put Cubchoo into C tier and Beartic as well into C tier. Where to put Teddiursa? Yeah, Teddiursa and Ursaring are here. Cubchoo and Beartic should be here as well. Okay, Cryogonal, whatever. It apparently is the minion of Kyurem, but whatever. To me, E tier. Shelmet, E tier. Excelgor, we are going to put it up. I like Excelgor about as much as Excavalier, probably on purpose to some degree for them. Okay, Stunfisk. There was this episode where the Stunfisk is like after everyone, and I really don't like the Galarian Stunfisk and how it like tries to get you when you step on it. So, but that's the Galarian Stunfisk. So, Stunfisk itself can be E tier. Galarian Stunfisk can be F tier for that reason. Mienfoo can be E tier. It's forgettable, whatever. Mienshao, same thing. We've got Druddigon. It's whatever Pokemon, but for some reason I always remember it. Golett, I don't care as much about. But Golurk, on the other hand, Golurk I really like. So Golurk can be much higher on the list. Golurk can be up there in like A tier for me. I'm a big fan of Golurk. It's my favorite Pokemon from Gen 5, I'd say. Okay, A tier for Golurk. Along with Crocodile, yeah. And then, in the DLC, they gave it a Mega! This is what made me want to play the DLC if I was going to. That and Staraptor, Mega Golurk. So, we'll put the Mega Golurk into A tier, since it's what almost made me play the game. I will probably end up playing it at some point, you know. Yeah, if I wasn't ranking these, I'd be doing that. But anyway, there's just so many games I gotta play. Okay, so Mega Golurk is here into A tier. Yeah. All right. Then Pawniard is also in that steel deck that I was talking about, so that's made me appreciate Pawniard more. And I really like King Gambit. So Pawniard, to me, is going to go into C tier. I think that's where I put Sneasel. It's kind of what I think about it on the same level. Bisharp or Bisharp, it would go in the same. Working on it. Okay. Then Bouffalant. Another buffalo. I guess it's different than a bull, but yeah. Bouffalant could just be an E tier. Rufflet is cool. Rufflet's cool. I like that they have a Hisuian. I don't think. Is there a Hisuian Rufflet that's like yellow? I think so. Just make sure. It'd probably be before then. Let's see, this is Gen 8. Where's the Hisuians? Around here. I don't see Hisuian Rufflet or Hisuian Braviary for that matter. Is it not in here? I don't see it. Oh well. Maybe it's not in here for some reason. Anyway. Okay, where were we? We were at Rufflet. And I don't know where I put it. I didn't move it that much. It can't be that far. Rufflet's probably D tier, wherever I find it. Here it is. D tier. Um, then we'll put Braviary into C tier because I like it as a Pokemon in the game, but I don't like in Conquest how its move is Skydrop. That's a little annoying. So C tier for Braviary. Oh, that's why. There you go. They put a Hisuian Braviary right here. It was right next to it. Maybe someone was screaming at the screen. Okay. Hisuian Braviary is right here, so we are going to move that up. I think Hisuian Braviary is pretty cool. So Hisuian Braviary can be, but is it enough to be B tier? Because Braviary itself is pretty cool. So maybe I would still say that Hisuian Braviary is also C tier. Yeah. Next, we've got Vullaby, whatever to Vullaby, E tier. Manabuzz is whatever as well. Heatmore, I like its rivalry with Durant, but that's about it. E tier and E tier. Dino is probably D tier. I don't like how long it takes to level up as a first evolution. I understand Zoilus to some degree, but Dino is like as a first evolution, level 50 is just so much. So I think I'll still end up putting both of them into D tier. Hydreigon or Hydreigon. I like it in Pokemon Conquest with Nobunaga. The anime kind of similar to Servine. Hydreigon, that Hydreigon. So for me, with it was a really good Pokemon when it came out in Gen 5, but then you immediately introduced Fairy in the next generation, and so now it's 4 times weak to Fairy as a Dark Dragon type. So that kind of eliminated its competitive viability. For me, not B tier, C tier for Hydreigon. I like the Dragon Pulse as well. Larvesta, whatever. No, F tier. I don't like how long it takes to evolve into Volcarona. Volcarona itself can be E tier. Cobalion can be probably D tier. I don't think it deserves E tier because I do like it somewhat. I like Steel and Fighting. There. Terrakion, apparently the least favorite Gen 5 Pokemon. Surprising to me. I'll put it in D tier as well. Rock and Fighting. Then we've got Frisian. Same in D tier. I just don't think I'd put it any higher than that. There's that trio. There's Keldeo as well. Keldeo, you don't get both your forms. I know it's kind of similar to like Meloetta. I mean, it's kind of similar to Shaman, but yeah. Keldeo and Meloetta, you don't get your other forms. You're just getting it the one. I'm glad Genesect doesn't have its other forms on here. Okay. Oh, they're trying though with Tornadus and Thundurus. Which is which? I think this is Tornadus. So Tornadus, we are gonna move you, not your Therian form, into E tier, because whatever. Put you here and here as well. Then we've got Thundurus into E tier. Reshiram. How do we feel about Reshiram? Let's see. Reshiram, I'd probably put into, well, it's just Dragon and Fire. I like that aspect of it. There's not too many Dragon and Fires. It might have, at the time, might have been the only Fire Dragon Pokemon. I'm trying to think. I don't think there were any others. I mean, obviously there's like Turtonator now and then Mega Charizard, but can't think of any other Dragon Fires. Where did you go? I missed it now. Reshiram, where did you go? Dang it. Oh, there it is. I hate when I do that. Okay. Reshiram is probably going to be C tier for me. I don't think it's B tier. Zekrom is cool, um, but I don't think it should be any higher than that. Um, so it'll go with the Reshiram into C tier. There's Landorus, put it into E tier. Therian form, whatever. Then you've got Kyurem. Okay, so Black Kyurem and White Kyurem are strong Pokemon. Really strong. I think they make it into Uber when you're doing Pokemon Showdown. So we're just going to treat that as a whole, though, for Kyurem. And I'm going to put Kyurem. I'm specifically thinking of Black Kyurem because I really like Black Kyurem. And I'd put Kyurem high on this list because of the Pokemon Showdown thing, but probably not as high as like you'd think maybe. So C tier is where I'd put it, right next to Reshiram and Zekrom. And if I actually kind of remember where I'd put Kyurem on the previous list that I had made, and it was much higher. So, oh well, I guess my love for Kyurem has disappeared. Keldeo, cool in the anime, in the movie that I had, but not much more than that. E tier for Keldeo, I'd say. Just another water fighting at that point. Or another water legendary that we had so many of at this point. Not when Lugia was the thing. Meloetta, we will put into E tier. Genesect, I wish you could get in like the main game. It's E tier for me. That's what Bug and Steel. Yeah. Okay, we have made it into Gen 6. Can you go away? Gen 6. It should, hopefully, maybe, move faster now because we've made it through the behemoth that is Gen 5 Pokemon. But I guess we'll see. With different forms and new megas, etc. We'll just have to keep going. All right. About 4:30 right now. Whew. All right. Chespin. Hate Chespin. Um, loved it when I first got X and Y, but then in the anime, Chespin annoyed me because he would like eat everyone's food all the time, and because that F minus for Chespin. That's the furthest the starter will go. Then, unless you count Raichu, which why would you? Well, I guess here's for Alligator. Anyway, Quilladin. Quilladin's whatever. E tier for Quilladin. Chestnut. I like Chestnut. The spiky shield. That's cool. Um, is it enough to make a dent for me? No, not necessarily. So I think Chestnut goes into D tier. Um, let's see. Oh yeah, I forgot that they made a Mega Chestnut. Um, I that this was a thing in ZA while I was playing, but I had kind of stopped right after Mega Delphox had been released, as they were doing the different rounds. So Mega Chestnut, it's cool that they made it. It kind of looks like a king. To me, it'll just go right with Mega Chestnut into D tier. Okay, then we've got Fennekin. Fennekin's fine. E tier, whatever. Braixen. My friend Whitney loves Braixen. I think Alan loves Braixen too. That has made me like Braixen a little bit more. D tier. Delphox. I like Delphox. Kind of a witch fox. Definitely not E tier. Probably C tier for me for Delphox. Because I think it's higher than Chestnut, I'd say. Mega Delphox is cool. It'll probably go right there in C tier with Delphox. I love the witch that goes with it, the different fire brooms. So For me, that would put Mega Delphox into C tier. Okay. And then we've got Froakie and the Greninja line. Where's my Greninja? Greninja. Okay. Um. So Froakie will go into that's Ralph. Froakie will go into. I like the little. I forget what they call them in the anime, like frupples or something like that. Even though it's not a move, kind of uses it to its advantage, and that's kind of cool. So Froakie is going to be higher here, probably into B tier. Then you've got Frogadier. And Frogadier will go along with Froakie into B tier for me. Do. And then you've got Greninja, who I'm clearly a fan of. Love Greninja. And I probably won't put Ash Greninja on here because they've had a Mega Greninja now. Probably would have put Ash Greninja on here prior to that. Because that's so cool. Okay. Then, yeah, Greninja is actually going to go into S tier. I love Greninja. Greninja's awesome. Okay. And I love that they put him in Smash. And Mega Greninja is going to go right with him. I was so hyped with Mega Greninja. I was like, he's like twirling on the water shuriken upside down. So, S tier for Mega Greninja. Ash Greninja, we're just going to call it with Greninja. It would be S tier as well. Okay. Bunnelby. Bunnelby is going to go into D tier because of that pronunciation specifically in the anime. And I like that it's, the normal type, but it becomes a ground type like that. That was different. Diggersby, on the other hand, is going to be into E tier. Sorry, Diggersby. Then we've got Fletchling. And this was a new take on, the bird Pokemon that you get. It's fire. So I like that. Fletchling's not fire, but Talonflame is. So Fletchling is going to be probably C tier for me because it's better than P-Dove. C tier for Fletchling. Fletchinder is going to be D tier because just the middle evolution, kind of whatever. Okay. Fletchinder's D tier. And then Talonflame. I love using this in Pokemon Unite. That was my main before I was able to use Aegislash. In my most recent Nuzlocke, Talonflame is also in there for me, despite being from a past generation. Okay, so Talonflame is probably, is it B tier or A tier? Because I really do like Talonflame. Okay, Staraptor is S tier. Talonflame is probably A tier. Yeah. Okay, A tier for Talonflame. Then we've got Spupa. No, this is Scatterbug. That's Spupa. Scatterbug. Spupa's gross. F tier. Sorry. Not Motham. This is Vivillon. Leo can be D tier. I like that they finally included a lion. Pyroar will be the same in D tier. 3 different. Oh yeah, because Mega. This Pyroar is more iconic. But I don't think much of Mega Pyroar. So Mega Pyroar is probably going to go into D tier as well. Yeah. Cool enough to make the D tier list, but not anything higher than that. Not E tier either. Okay. Then we've got Flabebe. What was that? Mega Eternal Floette. So weird. Okay. Flabebe, we're going to put into D tier. I don't think it. I think it's higher than E tier, which I know is such a process to get through E tier now. D tier, first fairy Pokemon that you're really introduced to, Floette. It's going to be right there with it. I'm not going to put Eternal Floette as a separate Pokemon. So just going to put Floette here at D tier with Flabebe. I liked the EV training for Floettes as well with 2 special defense. So you can't find Florges anywhere. I will probably rank the Mega Eternal Floette because at least it's something different. Um, but just E tier, it's kind of whatever. It doesn't deserve F tier, but alright. Florges can also go into D tier for me. I thinking about putting it into C tier, but I don't. I don't know. Is it C tier worthy? Yeah, sure. Florges C tier. Florges into C tier. Then we've got Skiddo. Skiddo is going to go into E tier because whatever. But Gogoat has a cool, diverse move set. So Gogoat, and is one of Alan's favorites as well, will actually make its way into C tier for me. Okay. Then we've got Pancham. I like Pancham enough. It's higher than than E tier. It'll probably go into C tier as well. I'm comparing it to like a Sneasel. And Pangoro will follow suit because I like both of them to that degree. That's D tier. Keep going. I like how the smaller Pokemon you have more like a close up of the Pokemon. Furfrou is I don't like Furfrou. I'll be honest. It's whatever, and they have a bunch of different like designs for it. Not my cup of tea. Esper is whatever. E tier. Meowstic. They made a Mega Meowstic. Um, I can't remember if that's main Legends EA or after in the DLC. We'll go with female. I think that's a little more iconic than the male. Um, and then, yeah, so E tier for Mega Meowstic, and same for Mega Meowstic. It's forgettable, to be honest. Okay, and now we get my favorite Pokemon. So, going into Honedge, into Blade, and Aegislash. Oh, yeah. Tried to buy a figure for Aegislash, but it's like $70. The one that I tried to buy. Oh, did I just move Armaldo by accident? I think Armaldo was like here. Okay. Then, but I do have like a plushie of Aegislash. So there's that. Honedge by itself does not go into S tier though. So A tier for Honedge, A tier for Deblade, and then Aegislash. We'll do the shield version. We'll go into S tier. So just bear with me as I put these into their proper place in A tier and S tier for me. I just love the aspect of the sword and shield for Pokemon. Like that's pretty cool. I'm like possessed by that, you know. So that is why Aegislash is my favorite Pokemon. Oh, also I like King Shield with Aegislash, and then I like how it can you can block, and then you maybe you have Swords Dance going as you do that, and then you move from your shield version into the attack version, and you and you hit people with the sword. I just think that's really cool. Usually like sacred sword, or shadow sneak. So I like that a lot. All right, Spritzy, we are going to put into E tier. Aromatisse to E tier as well. Swirlix is also an E tier. Slurpuff, I'll make it D tier. It's a little bit higher for me. At this point, it's like, is it sometimes not even worth getting through this E tier? um, okay. Inkay is not ready to destroy the world, but Malamar is. Inkay, I love the evolution for this Pokemon that you have to like. It's so unique for flipping the 3DS upside down. So D for Inkay, and then I like Malamar. My friend Malamar. I like my friend Malamar, and Malamar for me is gonna go into C tier because I like how it's used, and then I love Mega Malamar. That was pretty cool, and I love the marketing for that. That's good. So Mega Malamar is going to be up higher for me, and where we go. Mega Malamar is probably going to be B tier for me. Where do you go? Lost him again. There he is. B tier. Okay. Binnacle, whatever, at E tier. But Barbaracle is pretty cool. And I was glad that they gave him a Mega. That was cool. I'm glad that they didn't forget about my friend Barbaracle. He deserved higher than that. I like that he can learn Razor Shell. He was rocking water. It was cool typing. So, in this case, C tier. Does Malamar make B tier? No, he doesn't. Does Barbaracle make B tier? Barbaracle make B tier. B for Barbaracle? Question mark. Let's see. I think Barbaracle does make B tier. And then Mega Barbaracle, like I said, I'm glad that they made a Mega. He does look kind of weird though, but I like that it's like a fighting type. So that's cool. So it can follow into Barbaracle. Or I don't know, B tier is pretty high in this case, Let's see. B tier. Yeah, screw it. B tier. All right. Then we've got Skrelp into E tier. No. Poison and Dragon is cool. Dragalge. So Dragalge is going to be higher up for me than Skrelp is. Probably C tier for Dragalge. I think it's higher than D tier. With Malamar, sure. Mega Dragalge is a very interesting Mega, but I was glad that they gave it to him. Similar to Barbaracle. To me, it doesn't. It's kind of a forgettable Mega though, so I'm gonna put it in E tier. Okay, then we've got what is this? Clauncher is E tier, and Klotzer is also E tier. Then we've got Helioptile. I like Helioptile in the anime, how it follows that one lady around. I can't remember her name. I think it started with an A, but I can't remember to be sure. D tier for me. Heliolisk is whatever. I don't like it as much as Helioptile. E tier. Tyrant. A dinosaur Pokemon, besides for Aerodactyl. Another fossil. And I think that Tyrant and Tyrantrum are going to make C tier for me. No. Yeah. C tier. Not D tier. I think it's higher than all these. So C tier for Tyrant and Tyrantrum. I will feel differently about Amora and Aurorus. Um, then we're going to put Amora in E tier because whatever. Aurorus. I like that it learns electric moves as a ice and what was it, rock and ice? Um, so it'll be D tier for Aurorus. Okay. And we've got Sylveon. A lot of people would say the favorite EV evolution for many, and I believe I'm actually included in that. My favorite EV evolution is Sylveon as well. Good fairy type. So, let's see. Yeah, A tier for Sylveon. Higher than Leafeon and Glaceon. And Eevee. So, Sylveon, A tier. Not S tier. Not S for Sylveon, but yeah. Hawlucha! I have my Hawlucha figure over there. I'm not going to grab it, though. Hawlucha is really high. I love this Pokemon. Fan of wrestling, so Hawlucha, as the luchador, can go into. Okay, I'm probably gonna say A tier, and then the fact that they gave Hawlucha a Mega, I was so excited for, and Mega Hawlucha, like I said, is probably my highest level Pokemon in ZA. Mega Hawlucha goes to S tier. I know it's not like he's that different, like stat wise or whatever, but I freaking love it. S tier for Mega Hawlucha. Coded S tier, as you can see by the limited amount of Pokemon that make it there. Dedenne is probably an F tier because it's with Bonnie, and I find Bonnie annoying, and so I find Dedenne annoying. So F tier for Dedenne. Enough to make it F minus? No, because Electric and Fairy is pretty cool typing. Carbink will surprise people. Carbink, as a Rock and Fairy type, is actually pretty high up for me. I was talking about Ferrothorn as a setup Pokemon, and Carbink is the same, where he was able to put Stealth Rock and Spikes and Toxic on. So Carbink for me is an A tier Pokemon because I really like it. And I want to be different from everybody. That's why I had Carbink instead of Ferrothorn, even though he's technically better for that job. Goomy is a fine Pokemon. I like how it actually evolves with Ash. But D tier for Goomy. Then we've got Sliggoo. Goomy isn't Hisuian, but Sliggoo can go into Hisuian Sliggoo and Hisuian Goodra. But we're not there. We're talking about regular Sliggoo. Sliggoo will follow into D tier. Hisuian Sliggoo, love that it's like a little floating device. So Hisuian Sliggoo is going to go into C tier for me. And it's what? Dragon and Steel, I think? It's really good to me. Goodra is going to follow into C tier. I think I like it more than Goomy and Sliggoo. And what a diverse move set for Goodra. So C tier for me for Goodra. And then I did have a Hisuian Goodra when I played Legends Arceus the first time. And I thought it was really, really powerful, even though he looks sad. So he is going to also be in the C tier. I debate putting Goodra itself into B tier, and I think I will. Goodra has been moved to B tier. Okay. Klefki. Alan hates Klefki because it is just a key. To me, it's whatever Pokemon. Um, no, you know what? It's iconic enough. It should be a D tier. So take that. Phantom. We have got E tier for Phantom. I don't like that you have to. I think you have to trade this Pokemon to get it to evolve in a Trevenant. Why? Are we done with the trading? Okay. Pumpkaboo. I like it that it's a pumpkin Pokemon. I don't really care about it other than that. Gorgeist is the same, both into E tier. Pumpkaboo. I like that it has different sizes. I'm actually going to put Pumpkaboo, not Gorgeist, but Pumpkaboo into D tier. Okay. Bergmite is E tier. Bigger than you think because it's like floating around or whatever in later games. But Avalugg, huge. I think it's the defense stat that's so big. And for me, I'm going to put Avalugg into C tier. I like Avalugg. I don't like Hisuian Avalugg actually. I don't like how they made it look with the rock and ice. It kind of like it makes it look brown. It just makes it look dirty. I don't like Hisuian Avalugg. F tier. Noibat. Noibat's fine. It's I think it deserves more than E tier. Probably D tier for Noibat. And then Noivern is a cool special attacker dragon Pokemon. I think they would consider this the pseudo legendary, if not Gudra. So Noivern is probably D tier for me as well. Xerneas is my birthday Pokemon. If you don't know what a birthday Pokemon is, you look at the Pokedex entry number from your birthday. So mine is July 16th. So number 716 for birthday for a Pokemon is Xerneas. And I also really like Xerneas. I have weird story, but 2 copies of Pokemon X. So Xerneas is going to make S tier for me. I really did like Xerneas before that. Maybe like B tier, A tier. I love Geomancy, so it was probably A tier. But now it is S tier because of it being a birthday Pokemon for me. Okay. Yveltal, on the other hand, don't care as much. It's sort of whatever. It's not E tier, but I don't think it does more than that. So a D tier for Yveltal. Then you got Zygarde. I'm just going to leave it at Zygarde. This is such a plot only mega, similar to the Eternal, right? So we're just going to go with the regular 50% Zygarde. We're not going to do the 10% of the dog or the 100% the construct. Just Zygarde itself as we're talking about it. But I'm not saying that we can't like take these into account. We're just not going to rank them separately. So then Zygarde is going to. It's become more relevant over the years. It wasn't relevant in X and Y at all. It became relevant more in Alola. So because of that, it does beat out Yveltal, but only a bit. I'll put it in Z tier here. C tier. I think I said Z tier. Deontay, Mega Deontay, what? Not doing Hoop Unbound. We're going to do Deontay as, it's kind of similar to Carbink, even though I don't know if they actually tie them together. They just sort of are. So D tier for Deontay. D for Deontay. Mega Deontay, kind of forgetful. E tier for me. Hoopa. Hoopa had a whole movie. Kind of like a hee Hoopa. For me, D tier is probably where I'd put Hoopa. I like it when I was able to use like Hoopa Unbound in the game. Yeah. All right, Volcanion. You don't get till just through special circumstances. but I like how it looks. It's the first fire and water type, and it's like, what do you do as a fire and water type? What type would it be, or what would it look like? And I think a volcano works perfectly. So for me, D tier, along with the others. We have made it to Gen 7. Not too many Pokemon left now. Right, then we are going into Gen 7s with Rowlet. Okay, Rowlet, we are going to put you near the top because I think Rowlet deserves to go near the top. Love Rowlet a lot. Um, I love Decidueye. Rowlet's expressions in the anime are very funny. Rowlet actually goes into S tier for me. So along with Squirtle, the only first evolution, um, first evolution, first stage, whatever you want to call it, starter stage for the starters. So Dartrix, not as much. It's kind of just that weird middle evolution in this case. So I'm actually going to put Dartrix into, is it D tier or C tier? I'll go C tier for Dartrix. Because it's still relevant enough to be able to get into C tier. Decidueye is going to be S tier. I think Decidueye is amazing. I was disappointed when they didn't put Decidueye into Smash Bros. And they put Incineroar instead. I think a lot of people were clamoring for the for Decidueye, but I think it was Sakurai who wanted a wrestler Pokemon in the game, so that's why that happened. But Decidueye S tier. Okay. Then Hisuian Decidueye, fighting and flying. We talked about Hisuian Samurott and Hisuian Typhlosion earlier. Hisuian Decidueye, I don't like as much as the regular Decidueye. Kind of got another like samurai thing going in a way. For me, I wouldn't put it in S tier, but I still really like it and I love the move that it gets. I forget the name of it. But A tier for Hisuian Decidueye. Okay. Litten, we are going to put you into D tier. I think a lot of people were excited for a cat Pokemon. And they were like, hey, on all four legs, right? No. Torracat is, but then Incineroar is not. And that's okay too, I suppose. I guess I should make that smaller so things can happen faster. Torracat is whatever. Very forgettable. E tier. Incineroar. I know Wolfie loves Incineroar. Fire and Dark. Sakurai apparently loves Incineroar. I like Incineroar as well. I love playing with him in Smash where, he's like grappling everyone. I would say Incineroar for me goes into B tier. Poplio. I think surprisingly, my first time playing Pokemon Moon, I picked Poplio over Rowlet and Litten. I'm not a big cat person, so so I like the idea of this, kind of a circus. Or I can't think of the word. Um, like seal. Um, my mind is fried at this point. Okay, Poplio can go into C tier for me. It beats out Litten. Do like it more. Yeah, it goes with Dartrix, I suppose. Poplio into C tier. Brionne is okay. I thought it'd be a fairy type, so that's upsetting that it's not. Um, I don't think it is. It's just pure water. Primarina, I think, is water and fairy though, so that's cool. I like Primarina, and I think Primarina will also be C tier, along with Poplio. Then we've got Pick-a-Peck. Pick-a-Peck is fine, but I think it's somewhat forgettable. So E tier. No, that's F tier. Sorry. E tier for pick pack. Where is it? There it is. I will say that tier's not that big. That's why. Trumbeak is fine, and then oh, is it because I zoom out? No, that is zoomed out. Two cannon, I actually really like. I love the beak blast that goes along with it, where it heats up its beak and then it moves at either on the second turn or the end of the turn. Um, I like I enjoy that. I have a shirt with two cannon on it. Um, two cannon for me goes into B tier. Next, we've got Young Goose. We will put you into E tier. Whatever. Gumshoes as well. Kind of forgettable. Sorry, friend Sydney, whose birthday Pokemon is Gumshoes. Okay. Grubbin is going to go into E tier as well, because I didn't know what was going to become of him. Charge-a-Bug just doesn't look that great. But then you get into Vikavolt, who is electric and bug, and I think Vikavolt is much better than Grubbin or Charge-a-Bug. And Vikavolt is going to go into C tier. I think it levitates too. Okay. Crabrawler, we are going to put Crabrawler into D tier. I think it's just a cool fighting crab. So it deserves out of E tier. So D tier for Crabrawler. How was it? Someone was when they were complaining about the Mega Flygon. They were like, "What? You're telling me Mega Crabominable gets a Mega Evolution?" So kind of funny. But I do like Ice Hammer and Hammer Arm for Crabominable. So Crabominable for me is going to also go into D tier. And it's what an interesting way of going as a fighting uh, Pokemon, and then it goes into ice and fighting. I think, just kind of cool. And Mega Crabominable is going to go right there with them into D tier. Not too many Megas from Gen 7 that they made. Yeah, might be the only one. So I already did. No, I don't think so. All right. Oricorio. We've got all the different Oricorios. I like this the Senzu one the best, the Ghost one, but we'll go with the red one. I think that's the most iconic one. And then whenever I think of like a Pokemon that starts with an O, I always think of Oricorio. So I like the different forms. Like I said, I like the Ghost one the most. This kind of represents all of them. So because of oh my gosh, so because of that, Oricorio is going to go into C tier for me. Like I said, not a big fan of the fire flying. It's just another fire flying, but ghost and flying as an actual bird, like that's pretty cool. Okay, then we got Cutie Fly. Cutie Fly is cute. I wanted to see what would happen with Cutie Fly. So to me, it goes into D tier, and then Rabombi, I I admit I was expecting a bit more. Um, but that would make Rabombi go higher on on the list if it was. It's not that it's not a good Pokemon, but it stays small and it doesn't pack as much of a punch as I would want it to. So Rabombi for me is D tier. Rockruff. Rockruff's really cool. We'll go with the Lycanroc Midnight actually. So I think that was the most iconic. Um, Rockruff is going to go into where is Rockruff? I like Rockruff. Probably C tier. Enough to be in C tier for me. Bailey likes Rockruff and Lycanroc as well. C tier for Rockruff. I like Lycanroc. I especially like the Midnight one. So, Lycanroc for me probably goes into. I don't think it goes into B tier. That's a bit high. I think it sticks into C tier. Let's see. Yeah, C tier for Lycanroc. Okay. Wishy Washy. loved Wishy-Washy when I was playing the game. We'll go with the school form because I loved how strong it got. Wishy-Washy for me is going to go into B tier. I believe when I had done the previous one, Alola had come out, but Galar had not. So that's kind of no. I take it back because Galarian Articuno was something that I had ranked. So there's only one gen that's changed. So maybe I didn't do 2017. Yeah, whatever. Um, okay. Wishy Washy will go into B tier, not A tier. B tier. I haven't played it in any other game, so like use Wishy Washy in any other. All right, we got Marion E. Marion E is kind of whatever, E tier. Toxapex is another one of those set up Pokemon, so I think it deserves to be higher than E tier, but not much. I don't think I've used it myself, so D tier. No. Okay. Then we've got Mudbray. Mudbray we will put into E tier. Yeah. I like that it's a horse Pokemon. That's cool. Mudsdale is much cooler though. I loved Mudsdale. I loved the stamina ability where it gains defense as it gets hit. Um, I feel like it becomes kind of unstoppable, and it packed such a high punch with the high horsepower, etc. So for me, Mudsdale actually goes into A tier. Love Mudsdale. Okay. Dewpider is whatever, E tier. Um, Arachne, Araquanid, E tier. Fomantis is fine in E tier, whatever. Lurantis is cool enough to make it to D tier for me. Da, da, da. I think it becomes a totem Pokemon. Morlul is whatever. E tier. Shiinotic is also, well, it's grass and fairy. I appreciated that. I wish it was a little bit stronger, but I understand it being a thing. So cool enough to be a D tier for me. Salandit will go into E tier. Only the females evolve into Salazzle. Salazzle's cool, like the poison fire aspect, the corrosion, etc. That was cool. So I think in one of the games, one of the versions I played, Salazzle was my strongest Pokemon. Um, Along with the EXP share is kind of how it happened. I think Salazzle will make a C tier for me. With the Lycanroc, yeah, I'd say so. Okay, Stuffle, whatever. Especially in Galar where they were everywhere, that was kind of annoying. E tier. Beware, same thing. It's just fine. E tier. Bounsweet, whatever. E tier. Steenie, once again, whatever. Serena, apparently one of Alan's favorites, not mine. E tier. He likes to think of it like a grass Chun-Li, not me. Comfey, it's like a Hawaiian lei. I thought that was a little cool twist to have that in there. I'm gonna put this in D tier. Yeah, it reminds me of Klefki. Oranguru, I like it a lot more than Passimian. Oranguru is probably going to be in D tier for me. I like the idea of a psychic orangutan. Passimian, on the other hand, it's got its ball there. F tier for me. Wimpod, I don't like Wimpod. It runs away. Golisopod, surprisingly, is one of people's favorite Pokemon. Mega Golisopod is a thing. But Golisopod for me is going to go into F tier as well. I don't like the emergency exit. Mega Golisopod, I don't have too much of a feeling about. E tier. Sandygast is going to go into D tier. I love the idea of a possessed sandcastle. So Sandygast is going to go into D tier for me. And same, now Palisand might even go higher. Um, I think if I was gonna play a game with these Pokemon in it, I would try and make sure that they were on my team if I could. C tier for Palisand. Pyukumuku, we're gonna put this in E tier. It's whatever. And I don't like the innards out ability. Similar to Aftermath. Type Null is whatever, E tier. However, Silvally, I loved how you could change its type, similar to Arceus, right? So, Silvally was one of my star Pokemon on one of the games I had played for Alola. So Silvally is going to be higher for me. Is it going to be C tier or B tier? Um, let's see. Silvally is probably going to be debating. B tier. Oh no. B tier for Silvally. Next. Yeah, we're about done here. Not quite, but you know, we're making our way. Minior. Love Minior. Minior is one of my favorite Pokemon. So, just going to go with the Meteor form. And Minior is going to go into S tier. I love how it can. It's my favorite Pokemon from Gen 7. More than Rowlet and Decidueye. I love how it basically gets another turn. It can Shell Smash. It can be holding a white herb, and therefore it doesn't lose any stats. And then I love how it can then use acrobatics because it doesn't have an item, and then it can use like Power Gem, and I forget what other move, but Minior is just one of my favorites. So if I have a team, Minior is on it. Kamala, it's comatose. It's kind of whatever. I expected more from this Pokemon. Turtonator, I expected more from this Pokemon. To the point where I was disappointed. F tier. Dragon and Fire, I want more. But it's more so like a defensive Pokemon with using Shell Trap or whatever. So, Togedemaru is I expected more out of that actually. The Zip Zap, etc. I just expected more out of Togedemaru. It's going in F tier. Mimikyu, I love Mimikyu. Mimikyu is going up really high in either A tier or S tier. I had Minior on my team, and I'm not saying that Mimikyu is on that exact team, but when I was playing through like more like competitive Gen 7, Mimikyu is I loved using Mimikyu to get the Swords Dance ready and then use Shadow Sneak. Kind of similar to the Aegislash in a way, so kind of makes sense, right? A tier for Mimikyu, not S tier. Okay. Bruxish, ugly Pokemon, F tier. Not sorry. I do like that it's water psychic though. Drampa, is a Pokemon that I didn't think much of. I thought of it kind of like Dragon Tales, how the yellow guy that's watching over everyone. This is what Drampa reminded me of. So D tier for Drampa. Mega Drampa, I was such a big fan that they made him. So like I said, it was the reason I didn't play Mega Dragonite is because they had Mega Drampa. And so Mega Drampa is going to be all the way up into A tier. I loved Mega Drampa. So for me, Mega Drampa is A tier. Whoa. Okay. Dummies is kind of hard to catch, but I don't really have that much opinion about him. E tier. Jingmo can go into D tier. I liked that it's going to be like a dragon fighting Pokemon. Like that's cool to think about. So Jingmo can go into D tier. Hakamo can be the same way. Into D tier. Okay. And then Como. I I love this dragon and fighting Como. I thought he might get a Mega. He did not. That's fine. I like the clinging scales. Um, so that's pretty cool. And yeah, just the idea of a fighting dragon Pokemon. Pretty cool. Where would I put you? Probably in B tier. B tier for Como. Alright, we got Tapu Koko, Electric and Fairy. I like how it kind of contributes to the story. And I think the electric waves that it creates on the battlefield are pretty good too as well. So I'm going to put Tapu Koko into C tier. There we go. The rest, not as much. So this Tapu Bulu, Tapu Fini, Tapu Lele, I believe. So this is Tapu Lele. Psychic type, kind of a disappointment. F tier. Tapu Bulu, Electric and Grass. It made the grass move. We'll just put it in E tier. Then Tapu Fini. I like the design of Tapu Fini to the point where it at least gets to D tier for me. Okay, then we go into Cosmog. I think this is the first main Pokemon, where it actually had evolutions. What are these? The Ultra versions. Yeah, I'm not going to count these. These can go here. They're not going to go with like Kyogre and that, etc. Okay, Cosmog. He does his own thing in the anime. But for me, with Lily holding him the whole time, you get D tier and nothing more. Cosmoem, strange amount of defense. Kind of forgettable to me though. E tier. Then you've got Solgaleo, another lion, legendary lion. I was very excited about this legendary lion. And if it was based purely on legendaries, when I was choosing Sun or Moon, I would have chosen Sun, but I liked the exclusives that were coming with Moon instead. I forget what the difference was. But yeah, so for me, Solgaleo is going to go into. Oh, I thought it'd be fire type. It's weird that it's not. Psychic and Steel. To me, that's a C tier. Lunala. Psychic and Ghost, I believe, and I really like that typing, and I liked the Moonbeam that it would have. I think it's called Moongeist Beam. And it deserves more than C tier to me. Definitely more than D tier. Yeah, I'd say Lunala actually goes into B tier for me. Okay. Then we've got, I guess Necrozma comes later. We've got Nihilego. We're going into the Ultra Beasts here. Anyone remember all their names? Is this Ultra Beast 1? I don't know. Nihilego is going to be... So it's a jellyfish and it's rocking poison, and that's cool, but I wanted more from it, I guess. I don't know if that makes sense, but E tier is what it's going to be. So that it would be like D and F tier, so bounce it out into E tier. But Swole is a cool concept for I don't know, mythical Pokemon. I don't know what you'd call these. So Baswole is going to go into D tier with Cosmog. Pheromosa, Pheromosa. E tier. I like Baswole better. Xurkitree, Christmas tree. That's electric. Fine by me. It can go into D tier. Okay. Then we've got Celesteela. Celesteela is fine in E tier, whatever. Kartana is cooler, like it's got swords, whatever. But I didn't. Oh, Gothita, sorry. But I didn't do too much with Kartana. So, Guzzlord, on the other hand, Darkened Dragon. That's cool. Similar to Hydreigon, right? And he looks strong. So, Guzzlord, I will put you into D tier. No higher than that. Necrozma. Oh, see, now that you got like the Necrozma with Lunala and Solgaleo, I don't think that's fair. Um, Ultra Necrozma, we can just account for that when we're putting in Necrozma. So we're gonna put, so we're just accounting for all of that with Necrozma, kind of similar to Kyurem. Um, and I would put, because of that, it's gonna go into C tier probably. So I think by itself it's kind of meh. The Ultra Moon and Sun made Necrozma much more usable or noteworthy. Okay, Magierna. I believe that is that Mega Magierna? I can't remember. I think so. So that might be new as well. I'm just gonna put these here. So then Magierna itself is gonna go into E tier. It's whatever to me. Marshadow. Um, yeah, Ghost and Fighting is cool, but not. It's not really usable. Like it's hard to find. Um, Not really a Pokemon you catch on the everyday for Sun and Moon. Poipole, we're gonna go into. I like that it had an evolution into Naganadel, but and I like that. I believe Ash had a Naganadel, but for me, they're just gonna go into E tier. Stakataka, we are gonna put into E tier. Blacephalon blows up its head. To me, that's iconic. It's enough to make D tier. Okay. Zeraora. Mega Zeraora is just making it blue. It's not. There's nothing to it. Um, Pokemon Unite made this Pokemon noteworthy to some degree, but I'm still putting it in E tier. And then Mega Zeraora is just annoying. Why is it? It's just you made it blue. F minus for Mega Zeraora. Um, Melton, I wanted to see Melton more after how much effort we put in, I believe it's Pokemon Go. Um, so for me, it's E tier. Um, uh, Melmetal, that's Gigantamax Melmetal. Um, so Melmetal will go into E tier as well. And with that, we have made it into Gen 8. Okay, we're going to put away these Gigantamax forms. Might have more of those as we go. Just gonna try and I know as I find them, someone they had so many of them. And it's like, is it useful for any other game? Not really. I mean, they're cool for what they are, right? But that's it. I mean, look, I'm sorry. Mega Grimmsnarl looks so cool, but that's it. I know. I'm not trying to like grab all of them necessarily right now. Just seeing them. Okay. Now, going with Grookey. Grookey, I don't like how it hits everyone on the head. Hit go on the head, I believe. But I do like the grass monkey vibe of it, so D tier for me. Oh, I have no idea who would be knocking on the door. It feels like somebody wants to sell me something. Um, yeah, it was just a little random card. Okay, where was I? Grookey. Um, yeah, Grookey's D tier. Thwackey, E tier, kind of forgettable. Rillaboom, I love the grass monkey that is on the drums. To me, that was awesome, and I think when I first played this game, I picked Grookey as my starter, so Rillaboom is going to be higher, and I think I'll put him into B tier. Scorbunny. This goes first Pokemon. And for me, Scorbunny, that's fine. Um, it's not E tier. It's not E tier. Probably D tier for me. No more than that. I don't care about Scorbunny that much. Um, oh geez, I'm actually forgetting the name of this one. That's sad. Um, what is your name? It starts with an R, I think. Oh my gosh. I'm actually forgetting the name of a Pokemon. That's how forgettable he is. He's got to go in E tier. Um, oh my gosh. Scorbunny, Cinderace, Reboot. I remembered. It's Reboot. Cinderace, kind of the star of Pokemon Unite. Um, can go into, and I like the Pyro Ball move that I had. But yeah, clearly I remember it more than Reboot. If anyone actually remembers this and gets mad at me about Reboot, I'm sorry. Sobble is going to be, he's sad, but that's kind of it's characteristic, and I appreciate it somewhat. So D tier for Sobble. Um, then, oh my gosh, what am I doing? Drizzle, that's his name. Drizzle is gonna go. I like Drizzle in Pokemon Journeys because he kind of like hangs out. He's more angsty. He doesn't want to be with everyone, and for me that made me like him more. So I actually put him in C tier. And then Inteleon, the snipe shot, um, Inteleon, um, that will put him in C tier as well. I like that. Okay. Where'd I put him? Where'd he go? He was just here. There you go. Oh, I'm getting a call now. Just getting a call from Bailey telling me, why the heck are you not done yet? No. Rillaboom, B tier, Inteleon, and C tier? Yeah, that's fine with me. Okay. Squolvet is going to go into E tier. It should go into D tier. Nah. I like it's a squirrel Pokemon, but yeah. Greedent, or as Alan would say, Old Thickums. I liked making the playmat for him for Old Thickums. So Greedent is going to, it at least has made its way into D tier for me. Then Rookidee. Rookidee! And when I say it like that, that's kind of how it says its name when it's making its noise when you're playing the game. So Rookidee is going to make its way into C tier. I like Rookidee. Then we are going to go... Oh, then we have Corvisquire, which I don't like as much as Rookidee, but still I do like it. Kind of a Raven Pokemon, right? So D tier for Corvisquire. And then Corviknight. Whoa. Love what they did with this Pokemon. Looks so cool. So Corviknight is going to be up here. More than D tier. More than C tier? Yeah. Corviknight gets into B tier. Alright. Then we got Blipbug. Whatever, Blipbug, to be honest. Blipbug is E tier. Dottler is also E tier. Orbeetle. I appreciate Orbeetle to the point where it can at least be D tier. Yeah, you think your E tier is big enough? Orbeetle, D tier. Nickit can be E tier, and Thievul can be E tier as well. I like the little episode that they had for these Pokemon, but yeah. Gossifleur is apparently, I think, the least favorite Pokemon. Like, not just in Gen 8, but in general. So, but yeah, Gossifleur to me is going to go into E tier. Eldegoss, um, it's fine. It's whatever. E tier as well. I think I know it's in Pokemon Unite, but I think would have wanted a little bit more out of it in gameplay. Oh. Okay, then we've got Wooloo. Love that they finally made another sheep for a Mareep. And it baws at you. Wooloo for me is going to make C tier. Dabool, I didn't like the evolution as much. So Dabool is going to make E tier. Choodle is also E tier. Dreadnought is going to make D tier. I do like Dreadnought. Was it Rock and Water? So I like Dreadnought. And I like that it had a Gigantamax form. I believe it's right here. Yeah, I enjoyed that. Yamper is fine. It's cute. So electric dog. Also D tier. Boltund, not necessarily inspiring. I would have wanted it to be a little bit like a bit more of a diverse move set, I guess. Because I think I had a Boltund and then I was like, oh, that's all he's gonna do. Then I don't really want him. Okay, then we've got a Roly-Poly. What a cool name for a Pokemon, Roly-Poly. So Roly-Poly, just off of the name alone, is going to make it into D tier. D tier. Okay. Carkol, you're fine in E tier. Colossal is fine in E tier as well. Applin, love this Pokemon. Love that they made a apple that is grass and dragon. It's awesome. And the fact that they've done so much with it, with Flapple and then Appleton. I love the apple pie Pokemon. I'll rank that in a second. And then you've got Diplin and Hydrapple. There's just so much they've done with Applin. Applin, for me, is B tier. Love that. Flapple. Didn't like Flapple as much. Flapple is still, a grass dragon. And if it was the only evolution of Applin, then I probably would rank it higher. But I love Appleton. So for me, Flapple is going to be D tier. And then Appleton, on the other hand, is going to be higher. I love the apple pie grass and dragon Pokemon. It's awesome. I love that that's where they went with that. Okay, where's it? Oh no, where are you? Appleton is gonna go A tier for me. Love it. Okay, we've got Silicobra. Recently did the Nuzlocke on Scarlet Violet and had Silicobra, and I expected more. Finally, another snake, since Viper, I think we haven't had one, and like Sandaconda, I just expected more. I had a Pupitar, almost like Tyranitar, and I was like, well, give me get an actual, a new Pokemon that I haven't trained before, and so I had Sandaconda, and I was just underwhelmed with what it was able to do. It had Dark, which Tyranitar already gets stabbed from Dark, so I was like, what do I need you for then? Anyway, Cramorant, um, it gets some shine in Pokemon Unite, but other than that, I don't really care about it. Arrokuda is whatever. Um, and then Barrascuda, I like more. Some people don't like the design of it because looks like a fish that's like already been eaten out. But for me, Barrascuda is going to go into C tier. I like Barrascuda. Okay. Then we've got Toxel. I think that's the more iconic Toxtricity, so we'll put this here. Okay. Toxel is like a baby poison electric, but poison electric as a type is just awesome. Kind of similar to Salandit. I'm like, oh, we're doing things with these typings. So Toxel is going to go into D tier, and Toxtricity is going to follow. It might even Toxtricity might even make C tier. Hi, Lucy. Lucy's my dog. Okay. Right. Toxtricity, moving forward, we are going to put you in C tier. Then we have got Sizzlipede. Sizzlipede is whatever. I put Sizzlipede into what a forgettable design, honestly. But yeah, E tier. And then Centiskorch, Bug and Fire is also going to go into E tier. Clobopus is a fighting another fighting octopus. We've went from fighting crab to fighting octopus. Clobopus, I'll put you in E tier, but Graplocked, I found these things so annoying when I was actually playing them, but I do appreciate the idea of a fighting octopus. And I love in the anime when it starts with a B. She has a Graplocked and just does a good job. So it's enough to make D tier for me. I think it's just fighting the Lucario or maybe the Riolu. Sinistea in the anime, it shines enough to make it out of F tier. I actually don't like Sinistea prior to that, but yeah, E tier for me, and then Poltegeist will follow suit. Hatena, love how it looks at your feelings and stuff like that. So Hatena for me is going to go higher. Oh, Lucy's asking to go to the bathroom. Might have to take her out. Okay, so I'm gonna go C tier for Hatena. I don't know where that ranks in terms of Ralts because I kind of compare Hatena with Ralts. Oh, also C tier. So yeah, that's where I'd put Hatena. Then I guess I gotta take the dog out. So I'll be back again. Yeah, I've taken the dog out and I am back. Hatrim will go. I like that just as much in the anime. She hasn't evolved it into a Hatterene yet, but or Hatterene. Where's this is D tier. Hatena and Hatrim go here into C tier. Then Hatterene will follow. I do like the Gigantamax forms, like I said. It'd be nice if they were like Mega forms or something like that. Where did I just put you? There you are. Okay, then Hatterene. We keep moving you up into C tier. I don't think it. I don't like it as much as Gardevoir. So C tier for all. Then we've got Impidimp. Okay. Impidimp is going to be D tier. So I just don't see why it would need to be any higher than that. Morgrem, like the hair is kind of weird. It's like spiky or whatever and tries to get you. So Morgrem for me is E tier. I don't like it as much. Grimmsnarl, though, I really would have liked this Pokemon to be better than it is. I think it's Darken Fairy. I think that's the typing. So, but it does look really cool. But it's not as like an attack Pokemon like I thought it would be. So D tier for Grimmsnarl. Okay. Then we've got more of the little Pokemon from before and their evolutions they brought in. So we've got Obstagoon. Obstagoon is, you can tell, I don't really like the defensive Pokemon as much. So Obstagoon is just going to go into D tier, which it actually is higher than these, but so I like it better than those, but I just don't think it deserves higher than D tier. Berserker, we are going to put Berserker into E tier. Not much to it. Cursola, I believe I'm actually going to put into C tier. Just got to get there. Because Galarian, Cursola is in D tier, so we will put Cursola into C tier. Sirfetch'd is awesome, an awesome Pokemon, and I love Sirfetch'd, and I like it in the anime, and I liked it when I was playing through Galar. I had Pokemon Shield, but I was able to trade eventually and get a Sirfetch'd, so big fan. Is it A tier or is it S tier? I would say Sirfetch'd actually makes it into S tier. Sirfetch'd S tier. Mr. Rime. Love Mr. Rime. I like that as well. It's Ice and Psychic. Like I said, I like Galarian Mr. Mime. Apparently I like regular Mr. Mime as well. But Mr. Rime, I am going to put into... where did I put Mr. Mime? He's close. Mr. Mime is C tier? Where is he? There he is. Mr. Mime and Galarian Mr. Rime. So Mr. Rime will go into B tier. Yeah. I like that placement. Reneragus. It's better than Yamask, but it's not that much better. So I'm even as a Ghost and Ground type. So I'm actually going to put it into D tier. Then we've got Milcery. I always forget this Pokemon, even though I should remember Alchemy. There's the Gigantamax Alchemy, which is cool. Cakes. Okay, Milcery though is going to be E tier for me, and then Alchemy. I like all the different forms that Alchemy gets. Alchemy for me is going to be D tier. All right. Then we've got Phalanx. I like Phalanx a lot, and I'm so happy that they gave it a Mega. So Phalanx, for me, is probably going to be C tier. It could even be B tier. I really like the idea of like all these little guys working together as a fighting type as well. C tier, is it B tier? Yeah, Phalanx is B tier. B tier for Phalanx. And Mega Phalanx is going to be B tier as well. It's just not high enough to, like, if Phalanx was lower, then Mega Phalanx would be a higher tier, but it's already such a high tier at B tier, so Mega Phalanx is going to go into B tier as well. But I like I said, I was really glad that they gave it a Mega. And it didn't go down at all for having a Mega. Okay. Pincurchin is just a Pyukumuku, but electric. Meh. Don't really. I don't really like it. F tier. Snom is going to be D tier. I love the idea of like ice and bug Pokemon like that. So D tier for Snom. And some like to zone in on Snom. Then we've got Frostmoth. Once again, cool ice and bug type. So, D tier for me. I know some are like, but it's 4 times weak to fire. Yeah, but they gotta have different types, so it's cool. Stonejourner or Stonejourner is E tier for me. Ice Cube, even before it loses its Ice Face. Ice Q is going to be, I love the idea of another penguin Pokemon. Um, Ice Q is more than D tier for me. I will put it in C tier. Okay, and then we've got Indeedee. Indeedee, wherever I put Alomomola, that's where Indeedee goes. Just a very forgettable Pokemon. Um, it's like similar, you got Mega Audino here, Alomomola, for some reason, Indeedee, F tier. Um, Morpeko, you've got Hungry Mode Morpeko. Morpeko to me is fine in E tier. I don't think it needs to be any higher than that. Even when one of your rivals in Sword and Shield has a Morpeko. Qfant. Love Qfant. So, you got Phampi and Donphin. Now you've got Qfant, and it's a Steel type. I love the idea of having another Elephant Pokemon. So, Qfant to me is going to go in C tier. And then it evolves into Capraja. It's got the Gigantamax form, but Capraja on its own, love it. It was on my second playthrough, which was a Nuzlocke of Shield. Capraja was my main Pokemon. So, Capraja is probably also going to be C tier. It's not going to get to B tier. That's a bit too high, I think. But C tier for sure. Where did I put Phampi and Qfant? If they're B tier, then maybe I'll move them. They are not B tier. They are C tier, so yeah, right there with them. Okay, Dracozolt is the main fossil Pokemon I used out of the four. These are four different typings, for four Pokemon, so I am going to rank these separately. Dracozolt, I love, another electric dragon. I know they've got the water dragon, so I did really like the idea of Dracovish as well. Especially, it has the anime going for it as well. So, Dracozolt we are going to put into C tier. And then I don't care that much about Draco. What is this? Arctozolt? Yeah, Arctozolt, don't care as much. Arctozolt can be E tier. Arctovish can also be E tier. Water and Ice, like, what? Oh, or is it no, Dragon? I don't know what that is. Yeah, Water and Ice, it's like, whatever. But Dracovish, I do care about. So that is going to go with Dracozolt into C tier. Okay. Then we are going to go to Duraludon, which now has Archaludon. So I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of these. So there different typings there. What is that? Oh, it's a root. Okay. Duraludon, Steel and Dragon. Another Steel and Dragon type. Appreciated it quite a bit. Loved that they made an evolution for it into Archaludon. Duraludon. I'm just thinking of like Flash Cannon and Dragon Pulse because it's a special attacker. Like Duraludon. Duraludon is also going to be C tier. Not B tier. I don't think it's B tier worthy. Archaludon could be B tier. Maybe even A tier. Yeah. Okay. Before we get there, Dreepy. Love Dreepy. Cool little Ghost and Dragon type. Like that it shows up in Dragapult as well. Dragapult, one of my favorite Pokemon. Dreepy is going to be A tier for me. Somewhere to Honedge. And Dracloak is going to go right with it. Let's get there. Dragloop is A tier. And then Dragapult will be S tier. Okay. Making my way downtown. Making my way to the S tier. Quite the process as we have so many Pokemon now. Dragapult, S tier. Whoa, it looks so cool. It's got cannons, you know. Another Ghost Dragon type, like I said. Really like it. We're going to go with the beefed up versions of the Zacian and Zamazenta here. So Zacian, or Zacian, I think as some say. Cool sword Pokemon, but I don't like that he has to like use his mouth to use the sword. So that makes me like it less, even though I like that when it's using this form, it is like a fairy in steel type, I think. Fairy something. So that's cool, but D tier for me. You can tell I had Pokemon's Shield. I care more about Zamazenta. I like that Zamazenta has the shield. Thought it did a good job, etc. Did a good job. For what? Fighting Eternatus? So for me, Zamazenta is going to be C tier. Okay. Then we've got Eternatus. I believe that's Eternatus, like Gigantamax form, so we're just going to put it there. Eternatus tries to you know, it's Dragon and Poison, and that's cool, but I don't. I got it all the way up to level 100 so that it could fight all the other Gigantamax Pokemon because it had the Dynamax cannon. But to me, I didn't really like the Pokemon that much, so it'll go into E tier. Kubfu takes a long time to get to Urshifu, but it is adorable. So it is not going to get any higher than D tier for me because of that. I think it's similar to like a Volcarona situation where it evolves at like level 70. So then we can get into Urshifu. I'm just going to pick one Urshifu. I like the Rapid Strike more than the Single Strike. I think this is the Single Strike actually. So we'll go with the Rapid Strike. The TCG did play a role in this for me. I love the water more than the dark. But yeah, so I really liked the Rapid Strike Urshifu. Like really liked it, especially in the TCG, you know, with my fighting deck. So Urshifu is actually going to be quite high here at A tier. Okay. Then we've got Zarude. Don't care that much. Kind of a forgettable Pokemon. To the point where I'm like, meh, F tier. Where have we seen Zarude? Like nowhere. So, Regieleki, Electric and Dragon. I just wish that it looked better as an Electric and Dragon type. So E tier. Regidrago, same thing. You're telling me this is a dragon type? But we're not doing anything with it. Well, I think I said this is Electric and Dragon. Whatever, Electric type. And this is the Dragon type, and I'm just like, for a Reggie that's a Dragon type, I think I would just expect a bit more than what? Oh, was that a Charizard head? Whatever. Okay. Then we've got Calyrex. With his Glastrier and Spectrier. I will count these as 3 separate Pokemon, but these are different forms of Calyrex, so I'm not going to count these as separate with Calyrex riding them. So Glastrier I did like quite a bit. You know, it was an ice horse. I'm going to put you into C tier. And Spectrier is also going to go into C tier, but I will say that I like Spectrier more than Glastrier. And then Calyrex is just sort of a guy riding the Pokemon. Like, I know he's not, but that's what it kind of feels like. Um, I forget it's typing on its own. Like, I think it's grass or something. I can't remember what Calyrex is on its own. But yeah. So, or maybe ice? I can't remember. So Calyrex on his own is actually F tier. I don't like I don't like it. Okay. Now we're into the Arceus forms here. So getting rid of an Amorous theory and version. All right, so we've got Weirdeer here. I like Weirdeer. I like how you can ride it, similar to like Stoutland or I think Tauros. Um, in another game. So for Weirdeer, we are going to put. I like the psychic part of it as well. So it's actually higher than C tier for me. It's Weirdeer is B tier, much higher than Stantler. Cleavor, loved Bug and Rock. And the anime didn't have to do it any favors, but it made me like Cleavor more as well. And the fact that it shows up in the Indigo disc is cool as well. So Cleavor, but I already like Scyther and Caesar quite a bit. So wherever I put Caesar is where I gotta put Cleavor, which I believe is in B tier. Don't tell me I put Caesar in A tier. Okay, hold on. I don't know if I like Cleavor enough to put it in A tier. Jeez. No, I'm sorry, not that much. Okay. Ursaluna, not Blood Moon Ursaluna. Just Ursaluna. Really liked, normal and ground type. It was cool, it was different, it was interesting. I think the people that worked on Legends Arceus really worked their butts off. I don't know, some would consider it a mainline game, some would consider it a spin-off game. In any case, it is a fantastic game, and I never thought that I would enjoy Pokemon in a game like as much again as like from Pokemon Emerald, where I'm just like as much as I did with Pokemon Arceus, Legends Arceus. So Ursaluna goes into B tier for me. Yeah, Legends Arceus is like top 5 games for me. Basket Legion, this version is better, more iconic, whatever. Water Ghost is cool. So I think this probably goes into C tier for me for Basket Legion, not B tier. Can you tell I like these forms? Okay, Basket Legion will go into C tier. And then we've got, what is it, Sneasler's next. Sneasler, Poison and Fighting, that's cool. So Sneasler is going to make its way up the ranks here. I know Sneasel's in C tier, and I believe Weavile's in C tier as well. Hisuian Sneasel is in C tier. So does it go into C tier? No, Sneasler goes into B tier. Especially when I had the other, the Royal Sapphire. Okay, Overquill I had as one of my star Pokemon in Legends Arceus. I obviously tried to only use new Pokemon when I was making my team. I don't know where Hisuian Arcanine is now to think about it, because it actually might need to be higher than it is. So I really do love those Pokemon. Overquill is going to go into not past B tier. It's actually going to go into A tier for Overquill. Love Overquill. Okay, Enamorous, on the other hand, is kind of like, whatever. Why did they have to make another one of these? E tier. All right, we've made it into, finally, Gen 9. Okay. And I'm going to get rid of all these different masks for Ogerpon. And we'll go with this Terrapagos, because when you're actually fighting, it's this Terrapagos. Okay. And I think that's oh, I guess I'll get rid of them as I go. What is this? Oh, that's Mega Tatsugiri. I forgot they made a Mega Tatsugiri. Okay. Sprigatito. Bailey loves Sprigatito. Only Sprigatito, not Florigato or Meowscarada, or as they say in the anime for some reason, pains me, Meowscarada. Okay. Sprigatito can make its way into D tier for me. No higher than that. Sorry. I know a lot of people like it, but Sprigatito for me. Like I said, I don't like cats. So, Florigato can go into E tier for me, and then Meow Scarada. I like the flower trick move, but other than that, yeah, E tier. Now Fuecoco, on the other hand. Fuecoco is my boyo, and Fuecoco is going to be high on this list. Very high. Um, I think the debate for Fuecoco is A tier or S tier, to be honest. I love Fuecoco. I like how it kind of has the face of an apple. Apparently, I really like apples. But yeah, Fuecoco. I have a sign that says like Fuecoco's Coco, and I think Fuecoco is indeed S tier along with Rowlet and Squirtle. Yes, Fuecoco makes it. Okay, Crocolore.
Shopping.
Love this line. Don't like Skeledirge as much, but I do like Torch Song. So, Crocolore is going to be really high up there as well. It didn't do what like Rowlet did with Dartrix, where it's just kind of an angsty thing. Like Crocolore is still super awesome. So Crocolore to me is A tier, not S tier, but A tier. Okay, then we've got Skeledirge. Now, Skeledirge, on the other hand, kind of a letdown from the other two. I think, well, I don't actually know how people feel about that, but I would think other people feel the same. So Skeledirge, to me, is going to go into C tier, because I do still like the idea of a fire crocodile. Okay, C tier is fine by me. Then we've got Quaxley, another duck. Another blue duck, to be exact. And I think Quaxley, I like the idea of like a Captain Spain type deal, conquistador. So it's better than Sprigatito to me. Quaxley can be C tier with Skeledirge. Okay, then we're gonna go into that's Quackleval. So this is Quaxwell. Quaxwell. Okay. Quaxwell is fine, but only enough for D tier to me. Didn't make too much of a mark. Quackleval, though. Kind of got that peacock thing going on. I appreciate Quackleval. Quackleval. And for Quackleval, probably put it wherever I put Quaxley. So I think it's C tier. C tier. Then we've got Lechonk. Lechonk. So for Lechonk, I love this little fat French pig. In my car I have a little Lechonk. I think it's an eraser. Came with a TCG pack. Lechonk is just awesome. It's just like, how do we make a French pig? Lechonk. A tier for Lechonk. It's so good. Oinkalone, on the other hand, huge letdown from Lechonk to the point where it's F tier. It's disappointing. Then we've got Tarantula, and to me, Tarantula is whatever. So that goes into E tier. Another spider. Spidops. I don't like how there's nothing more to it after you've like evolved it. There's just, it has defense, and that's it. I wanted more, especially when it evolves so early. Then we've got Nimble here. She'll evolve into low kicks, little cricket. Not much to it, I think. I like low kicks in like the bug and fighting. Like, that's another cool thing. I think it's bug and fighting, not bug and dark. I'm pretty sure it's bug and fighting, and I think low kicks deserves to be a D tier. That's as far as I'd take low kicks. Palmy, I thought Palmy was going to be great. Then, I mean, and it is, but I don't know. I guess I expected more out of Palmont as an electric and fighting type. Like, that's such a cool typing. So, I don't know. I guess I just wanted more. But that doesn't mean that I don't like Palmy, because I really do like Palmy. I think Palmy deserves C tier, I'd say. Yeah, Palmy's C tier. And then Palmo is good. I think they're all C tier, to be honest. Um, like I would have wanted Palmot to be higher. Does that make sense? I would have wanted it to be higher on the list than C tier, but they only reach C tier. Especially the walking that like 1,000 steps. That was so confusing to me. Like with your person, and I'm like, how am I supposed to know unless I'm just like counting the entire time how long I've been walking with this Pokemon? Ah, crap! I just moved someone. Why not get back to wherever you were? I don't know where you were. Let's put you here. This is Palmot. I like Nemona's Palmot though. It's good. C tier. Okay. Then we've got Mousehold and Tandemaus. So Tandemaus, I really like Tandemaus and Mousehold. What a clever idea for a Pokemon to me. I don't know. To me it is. And that was really cute. And I love its move where it like piles on or whatever based on how many Pokemon you have in your party. To me, Tandemaus goes into B tier. What? B tier? Yep, B tier. I think Tandemaus and Mousehold are just so great. In my Nuzlocke, I really should have put Mousehold on my team, but I know that they're not that strong. But I just think they're super cute. So for me, they make their way into B tier. Okay, then you've got Fido, which it's a fairy dog. I think it deserves more than E tier to me. Just D tier though. I was like, oh, it's gonna be like a dog that is made out of dough. What is it gonna evolve into? A dachshund. So like a dachshund. My mom has two dachshunds, so I was excited for that. It's a fairy type, so that's cool. And then, but I just think nothing, nothing. It didn't amount to too much. I think it's more than a D. I'd probably put Dachshund in a C tier because I like the design of it, but it doesn't do too much besides being a fairy type. So I wanted it to be more powerful, I guess. Smoliv, yeah, whatever. Smoliv, Dolliv, cute, whatever. I don't know. Arboliva, I do like Arboliva. I think the show kind of helped me like Arboliva more as the giant olive. And I like the seed sower ability, or just keeps gaining things. But I I wouldn't put it higher than D tier. I don't think. Maybe C tier, but I'm gonna go with D tier. Squawkabilly. Um, I just wanted more out of Squawkabilly. Because that was really the first like flying type you get access to is Squawkabilly, and I was like, oh, is it where it's gonna evolve? And then it didn't. Like you have Flamigo and you have Bombardier, but once again, those don't really evolve. So Wattrel ends up being your flying type.
Shopping.
Knackley, um, the Mario Mushroom Rock is I don't I okay. I'm gonna put it in D tier. I don't think it deserves E tier. It's at least noteworthy. Um, Now, Knucklestack, less so. I wanted more from Knucklestack from an evolution. Garganackle is fine though. Garganackle, I trained a Garganackle from a Knackley all the way up in my first run through of Scarlet, and it's a rock type that got the job done. I will put. I think it would be a C tier. C tier for a Garganackle.
For your
Okay, these are separate. So we've got Charcadet. Charcadet is cool. I like the name. Um, Deserves to. I like how it evolves into two different Pokemon. Depending on what you have with you. So to me, Charcadet is a D tier Pokemon. I debated C tier, but I think D tier is fine. And then Armourouge is, fire and psychic, and really like special attack oriented. And it's strong, but it doesn't look as cool as Ceruledge, or Ceruledge. So it's gonna go with. Um, does it go in C tier? Okay, fine. Armourouge can go in C tier. And then Ceruledge, or
Your
Ceruledge.
next
I think in the anime they say Ceruledge. So that's fine. Ceruledge is an awesome Pokemon. Clearly, I love the Fire and Ghost combination for the most part. Um, so Ceruledge is going to be up here. I believe Ceruledge is going to be A tier for me. No, that's S tier. It's not a Alolan Marowak, but it is really high up there. A tier for Ceruledge. And then we've got Tadbulb. Whatever to Tadbulb, to be honest. It's not F tier, but E tier. Bellybolt. They tried to make Bellybolt happen with the Squishmallows that they made, but I just don't think anyone cared. Um, it's fine. And Iono has a Bellybolt, but eh. Wattrel. I like Wattrel in the anime. And Kilowattrel. Electric and Flying is a really cool combination. I know they did it with like Rotom Fan, but other than that, it's not very common at all to have an electric and flying type. So to me, Wattrel is going to be C tier. And then Kilowattrel is just, flying types, they're usually reliant on physical attacks. And so Kilowattrel has a special attacker. So you had Air Slash, and that's about as much as you could do with it. So, but I thought it made more than made up for it with its electric type moves. So it will be C tier as well, I believe. It depends. Okay, so Swallow is C tier, Braviary C tier. Yeah, that's about where I'd put it. Okay, Mastiff, whatever to Mastiff. And I was disappointed with Mastiff, to be honest. F. Mabostiff, that would go in F tier as well, except for Arven's Mabostiff makes it go into E tier. Okay, then we got Trudel. Trudel's fine, E tier. I think I knew beforehand that it was going to evolve into, or I made sure I really wanted a Grafaiai, because I took a biological anthropology class, and I loved eyes. It's really interesting with their textile, like middle finger, basically, that they can use as a tool. So that made me really like Grafaiai when it came out. So B tier for Grafaiai. Cool, normal, and poison Pokemon. Then we've got Bramblin. I like the idea of a tumbleweed just making his way through life, and then it eventually evolves because of how much it's moved. So Bramblin's going to be D tier, and Bramblegast will also be D tier. I have not used a Bramblegast. I could have in my Nuzlocke, but it doesn't seem likely that it's going to happen. Okay. Toadschool. I think they just made these so that they didn't have to say that something was a Paldean form anymore. So Toadschool is, oh yeah, no, it's not going past D tier. Actually, where's Tentacool? Yeah, F tier for Toadschool. Same for Toadcruel. Cloth is a disappointment of a crab. F tier. Capsicid. Freaking hate Capsicid. F minus to Capsicid. If I had made an F minus tier, that's where Capsicid is going. I hate Capsicid. I think it's Mega Skull Villain. Yeah, they made a Mega Skull villain, so Scovillain is not as much. I don't hate that as much. Grass and Fire is cool, but Capsicid was always so annoying. It was always trying to. It's like in your way as you're making your way through Scarlet Violet. So Scovillain is fine at E tier, but Capsicid F minus tier. Mega Scovillain, kind of forgettable. I don't remember it much, so just E tier with that. So then you got Relor. Relor is, he's walking around. He's got a poop. F tier. It's just ugly. Rapska is not much better. Apparently, the actual Pokemon is in here, and this is just the shell that it's controlling, which is weird. As a Psychic type, I'm not a big fan. Rapska F tier. Flittle, we got an actual ostrich going here. Psychic type or fairy type. I can't remember now. But Flittle is fine at E tier. And then Espathra, I like the idea of like a psychic ostrich. So Espathra is going to be fine at D tier for me. Okay. Tinkatink has made its case in the anime for being higher. I like the fairy and steel typing, similar to Mawile. And I like that it attacks Corviknights. It's kind of funny. So D tier for Tinkatink. And then I just love the idea of like with Tinkaton having a Gigaton hammer, just a huge all out steel type attack that if it's super effective, it's gonna hurt. So I remember training a Tinkaton specifically to deal with one of the events that they had for a Gigantamax. So yeah, Tinkaton is at least past D tier. I think Tinkaton is going to make it past D tier into C tier. Okay. Then we've got Wiglet. Same thing as the Toadstool. Just kind of annoying that they did that. Same for Wugtrio. Bombardier is dark and flying, and I wish that it did more. But it's still cool enough, so E tier. Then we've got Finizen. Since Palafin looks so similar, we're going to use the 0 to Hero version. And Palafin is my favorite Pokemon from Paldea. So Finizen is going to be pretty high as well. Love the idea that they finally made an actual dolphin Pokemon. And I love the idea of the 0 to Hero. It's just awesome, the transformation. And it's when you're not looking. So Finizen is going to be A tier for me. And then Palafin is going to be S tier. Yes. I love Palafin. I love how strong it gets in its hero form. So, yeah. For me, Palafin is going to be S tier. Thanks for hanging on. Alright. Vroom, Steel and Poison. That's kind of cool. But not enough to make it past E tier for me. Same with Revavroom. Cyclizar, I kind of wanted more from this Pokemon as a dragon and normal type, so it's kind of forgettable. E tier. Orthworm, I don't like that it eats all your metal. And it's kind of an annoying Titan you have to deal with, so E tier for me. I'm debating F tier. E tier. Glimmet, oh yeah, they made a Mega Glimmet. Or Mega, Okay, Glimmet is Rock and Poison. Cool typing, but Glimmet itself is kind of forgettable. And then, oh geez, okay, Glimora. They made it the champions Pokemon, and it's supposedly from Area Zero, but it's not a Paradox Pokemon. So, I think Glamora deserves a bit more of a chance to shine, and I'm glad that they did it with giving it a Mega. So for me, Glamora is C tier, and I'll put Mega Glamora right there with it. Grievard, you're grieving, and it's a dog in a yard. Um, I like the idea of a ghost dog Pokemon, similar to the ghost bird for Oricorio. What did I just do with you? So to me, Grievard gets to be C tier, not D tier, but C tier. I like that idea. Houndstone, same thing. It's a ghost dog. Um, kind of weird that it's like with a wrapper, but whatever. Like in the anime and the gym leader, I guess. Okay, Stone goes there. Flamigo, my amigo, fighting and flying so far down to the Pokedex, even though you see it really early on. I like the idea that they finally put a Flamigo in the game. And I know it's basically just a Flamigo, so some people don't like it. They're like, oh, that's not original. It's just a Flamigo. A Flamingo. What makes it so different? I'm like, who cares? It's a Flamingo Pokemon. I love it. Um, so, Flamigo, A tier. For A for Amigo. Okay. So Tuttle, I liked it. You know, the Terra Whale Pokemon. So I didn't like it too much, but I mean, it's better than E tier. I'll say D tier for Citadel. And then you've got Cetitan, which is even larger, and I would also put it into D tier. Just want to look at them quick. To-do. All right. Pure Ice. Veluza. You know, it's kind of a forgettable one of those, another forgettable water and psychic, but it's not as bad as Bruxish, so I'm gonna put it in E tier. All right. Then we got Dondozo, um, which I like the idea of the double team Pokemon with Dondozo and Tatsugiri. So for that, Dondozo and Tatsugiri will both go into D tier. Only use the orange one. Um, Mega Tatsugiri is so weird though. I don't know if that only shows up in the DLC because I don't remember it being in the original for Legends EA. So for me, Mega Tatsugiri is a bit lower. It's just going to be E tier. Okay, Annihilate. I love Annihilate. Um, I said in the very beginning with Primeape that I was like, oh, just wait until Annihilate because I love this Pokemon. In my Nuzlocke, this is my star. Um, Ghost in Fighting, you know, it's way better than Marshadow, in my opinion. Where'd you go? There he is. Annihilate, S tier. I love Annihilate. Clodsire. Um, this Pokemon died in my Nuzlocke, so I wanted to use him a lot more, but I did not get to. Um, Poison and Ground. It's definitely better than Wooper. The Paldean Wooper, and it's better than Quagsire as well. Um, I did in my original file like make it level 100 for something, as I. But you don't have as much of a personal attachment if you're not using it during your whole journey, right? So for me, Clodsire is a B tier. Okay, Farigiraf. Big fan of Farigiraf, using it in the Nuzlocke as well. Psychic and Normal. Okay. And I love that they gave Girafarig something. So, Farigiraf to me is going to be B tier as well. Although I wish its main move was a little bit stronger. To Dunsparce, they made Dunsparce more Dunsparcey, which I can appreciate. But I can only appreciate it so much. It doesn't do too much. So for me, the Dunsparce is going to be D tier. And I don't know where I put Dunsparce itself, but it's probably E tier, if I were to guess. Dunsparce, yeah, it's E tier. So the Dunsparce got to D tier. Then we've got Kingambit. Sorry if you can hear the TV. Kingambit. Love that in the anime he's just like trying to make soup, but he's also this really intimidating Pokemon. King Samurai Pokemon. You have to defeat like 3 other Bisharps. So Kingambit is a really cool dark and steel type to me, and it goes into A tier. Okay, now we get into Paradox Pokemon. So I'm going to be a little bit biased since I played Scarlet, not Violet. Okay. Great Tusk. We are going to put into... I like that it's grounded in fighting, so it's going to be D tier. And I like that you can actually catch it early on, which I didn't know my first playthrough, but yeah. Screamtail. No, it's not. Not worth, like, it's not the full evolutions. You're just using Jigglypuff, and I don't like that. So yeah, F tier for Screamtail. Brute Bonnet. I'm gonna think the same thing with Fluttermane here, but yeah, Brute Bonnet is going to be E tier. Fluttermane, I know it's like good competitively, but I don't care. F tier for the same reason as Screamtail. Slitherwing, we are going to put you into E tier. Yeah. Then we've got Sandy Shocks, Ground and Electric. We've got Stunfisk for that. I don't know. Plus, it's not based on Magnezone. It's based on Magneton. But it's fine enough to be E tier for me. All right, now we get into the violet ones a little bit more. Iron Treads is whatever. It's going to be E tier. What do they even call this one? What do they call the Delibird? I know I trained it actually to be like I got one because it was really hard to get, or maybe I trained it up to be that. I can't remember. I honestly can't remember the name of this one. Iron Water, something like that. Iron Hands, I definitely remember that. You're gonna catch these hands. Yeah, and yes, it does go into F tier. But Iron Hands is funny, and I know a lot of people. Whenever I was playing online for catching the Terra in the Terra caverns, Iron Hands gets D tier. Not higher than that. Iron Jugulus is going to be not very high at all. Just E tier, whatever. Iron Moth, I think they call this one. Also E tier. Oh, what do they call the Tyranitar one? Iron Thorns, I think. Okay. Then we got Frigibax. I have a desktop mat that is Frigibax, Arctibax, and Baxcalibur. I liked the idea of like a Dragon and Ice Pokemon, and I definitely I went in kind of blind for Gen 9, so I definitely wanted to see what would happen with Frigibax, and I was pleasantly surprised. So C tier for Frigibax. Arctibax is going to follow at C tier. Sorry if you can hear the smoothie, I think it is. We are almost done. Jeez, it took that long to get to D tier. C tier. Baxcalibur. is going to be higher. I really like Baxcalibur. Very nice. It's the reason I got a desk mat that had that. Sorry if you can hear the phone call for Bailey's getting. We're falling apart here at the end, aren't we? In any case, we're gonna go A tier for Baxcalibur. Then we're gonna go. Let's see, we got Mega Baxcalibur here. So Mega Baxcalibur is it looks just as cool. So we're actually gonna put it at A tier as well. I'm so glad that they gave Baxcalibur and Mega Evolution because it's just so cool. Okay, Mega Baxcalibur goes into A tier. Then we're gonna go Gimme Ghoul into F tier because I actually find it really annoying that I had to go and search for all those things, but I get it, and you're like, for what? For what? Well, to get Goldingo, the Goldingo is the mascot of Applejacks, if you're not familiar. So, but I will say, what a payoff because I love this Sealant Ghost type, and it's so strong. The Good as Gold ability is fantastic, and I loved using it, and as soon as I was able to, I changed the nature or whatever. And I would say Goldango actually makes A tier for me. All right. All right, we got these four. We've got Wocheen here. It's a for the meme, it'll get past F tier for me. E tier. Cheen Pao is cool. I like the snow leopard aspect, and it's got swords for teeth. So Cheen Pao is going to make its way into C tier for me. All right. Then we've got Ting Lu. Ting Lu is kind of whatever. I'm going to put that in F tier. And then Chi Yu. The Rock. Can I get a Chi Yu? So I like this little fire fish. Its special attack is so high. So for that reason, it is also going to go into C tier. All right, then we got Roaring Moon. Roaring Moon is also really cool, similar to, Mega Salamence. So we are going to put it very high as well. All right, Salamence. Let's see, we got Mega Salamence in A tier. Roaring Moon will also go in A tier. Iron Valiant. Don't have too much experience with it, but it at least deserves higher than E tier. I'll put it into D tier. They already had a Mega Glade. I know they already had a Mega Salamence as well, but yeah, that's fine with me. Then we've got Koraidon. Koraidon, look right on. I feel like if you picked Violet, then you're like, what? He's just got a tire on his thing, and he's not really moving with it. He's not like it's not like he's it's not like it's moving with him. Whereas I think Miraidon's does move, but I have an attachment to Koraidon. He stays with you the whole time, so C tier for me. Rhydon, really cool Pokemon. Electric and Dragon, love that typing. And right, I like the fighting in Dragon, as I said from Como. And I think Miraidon is like objectively the better Pokemon in terms of battling. So like its ability works out really well. So Miraidon is going to be in B tier for me. Is C tier more than D tier? No, close though. Okay, Walking Wake for Suicune. We are gonna put that. I like how it's water and dragon, so, but it's not like I do too much with it, so it's just gonna be D tier for me. Then you've got Iron Leafs for the Virizion, and that's like whatever. So E tier for Iron Leafs. Is that E tier? Yeah. All right. Then we got Diplin. Diplin, the candy apple. I like that they went somewhere with this. So Diplin is going to be probably C tier for me. Okay. I believe Flapple was D tier. Yep. So it should beat Flapple to me. Hydrapple is here. We'll do that in a bit. Um, then we've got Sinistra here. I can never remember. Oh, wait, is this Sinistra? Is this Sinistra or is this Sinistra? Um, and then they like changed their names. So Sinistra and then Sinisgeist or something. Uh, this is like Sinisgeist. I can't remember the name. I know it's all about matcha. So actually, I was kind of annoyed with this because they used it too much, and I didn't really care. And then they didn't do like I didn't think it was that powerful of a Pokemon. So yeah, maybe it's because I don't like matcha, right? Okay, or should I say Okie dokie? Okie dokie is I expected more from it, so it's gonna go in E tier, even though it is interesting. Everything's Monkey Dory here. Monkey Dory can at least go into D tier. I think Pheasantipity is going to be in the same boat of D tier, but maybe it'll be E tier as well, I think. Um, no, I like the typing of Pheasantipity. So we'll put Pheasantipity into D tier. Okay, then we've got Ogerpon. I liked how Ogerpon could change, and I thought it was a good mascot for the DLC. Um, but I didn't want too much to do with it, other than it's just being itself, in its form. So D tier for me. Archelodon, I really like Archelodon. As I was saying when I was talking about Duraludon. So Archelodon is going to make its way up. I know when how on the Switch you can have like a profile picture. I had Archelodon as my profile picture for what felt like a very long time. There's Duraludon, and it's going to be better than that. I would say Archelodon gets into A tier. Right, then we've got Hydrapple. Um, I don't know if it's necessarily as good as Appleton, but I do like it. It might be the same tier as Diplin. Diplin is C tier. Yeah, where did I put Applin? Applin is B tier. I'm gonna put Hydrapple in B tier. Okay. Then we've got Gouging Fire, used in the anime as well. That makes me like it a little bit more. So Gouging Fire is gonna go into D tier. And, it's no Entei. Um, Raging Bolt. What an interesting Pokemon! Like, you turn the tiger into a giraffe. To me, that makes it E tier. I'm sorry. Um, oh, what did they do with these? I forget the name of Terrakion and Cobalion here. Iron something, right? So to me, F for forgettable, honestly. I just don't remember. Terrapagos and Petraront is all we got left. Terrapagos, you know, they wanted to make it the mascot of the anime while you're watching Pokemon Horizons, and I think they accomplished it because it has made me like Terrapagos a lot more. Or Pagogo. So Terrapagos to me is going to be C tier. I like the idea of a stellar type as well, to somewhat at least. I know it's like not super effective against anything, but it's not super effective against itself. That type of deal. Petrarant is I actually don't like Petrarant that much. F tier for Petrarant. That is the list. Oh my gosh. So this took so long. Um, so there's our list. Let's see. So here's your S tier. Full 3 rows. And we got 8 here. All right. Let me look at this compared it to my S tier for the last time I did this. That's all I'll compare. I'm not going to look at everything, right? We've spent enough time here. Um, S tier, I had Charizard, which is now A tier. Um, Squirtle, S tier. Alolan Raichu, S tier. Galarian Rapidash is S tier. Galarian Ponyta I had at A tier. I understand that. Cloyster at S tier. Um, Alolan Marowak at S tier. Galarian Articuno at S tier. Mewtwo at S tier. Oh, I also didn't put Mega Mewtwo Y on this one if I have it somewhere. Maybe I don't. Um, Tyranitar, S tier. I have Grovyle and Blaziken and Mega Blaziken here at S tier. I don't have it on the original one that I did. So those have increased, as well as Gardevoir, as well as Flygon. Those are all S tier now. They were A tier before. Actually, I don't even see. No, I have Grovyle actually at B tier and Flygon at B tier. So wow, I've grown to appreciate them more. Metagross at S tier, and then you've got Kyogre and Rayquaza and Staraptor at S tier now, which I didn't have before. I had Staraptor at A tier, I had Kyogre at A tier, and I had Rayquaza at B tier actually. So I think the anime has increased my appreciation. Greninja at S tier, of course. Aegislash at S tier. I don't have a Lucha at S tier. Hawlucha must be at A tier. Yeah. Talonflame is at A tier. I think that's where Talonflame is here. Yeah, he's at A tier. And then we have Xerneas. Like I said, Xerneas has increased now that I know it's my birthday Pokemon. So it was at A tier before. Now it's at S tier. We have Rowlet at A tier before. Now I put it at S tier. Decidueye at S tier. Minior. Sirfetch'd, I actually don't. I have it at A tier. So instead of S tier. Dragapult at S tier. And then, of course, these did not exist when I had previously made it. Yeah. And then Bulbasaur, I did not have at A tier or B tier. I had Bulbasaur all the way down at C tier. So that's quite something, quite the difference. All right, I appreciate you for sticking around with me. There's my ranking of all the Pokemon. Thanks. All right, bye.